Warning, you are live to 6 viewers. All 6 of my viewers.
Jesus Christ. I mean, they can't hear what we're saying.
They
Yes,
can.
did.
No, my
Oh,
my
I know you're
viewers.
streaming.
Yeah.
Radish is not the one on deafened.
That was the little bitch.
Excuse me? I'm sure after last week it should be Daddy.
Who did you call that?
Tyler.
I'm sorry, it's Daddy.
You saved yourself, all right?
Okay.
Amber, I like you too much to call
Yeah.
you a little bitch.
Yeah, okay.
What is going on, gentlemen?
Not much.
All right. So I fucked up last time. When I was last week's, apparently my audio check fucked up. I don't know. Because Ancom sounds like he's on like this doing the whole thing, and I don't figure out how to fucking turn him up. And the rest of us are talking like normal. So I'm gonna have to be a little more diligent about my my
sound check. Radish, you never sent us the actual, like, what do you call it? Did you? What you said this earlier?
The structure.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, did I not? Well, that's crazy. Sorry about that.
Oh
So,
my
very
god,
good.
it's fun.
Would you say your audio check bounced?
Wow. How old's your kid, dude? Because that dad joke right there, that's a fresh one. That's tasty. All right.
What am I gonna listen
Energy.
to tonight?
So, yeah. Are you going to be working on your phone tonight? Are we getting cell phone audio quality tonight?
I got headphones. I'm just gonna plug them in real quick. I'm just gonna put them in my ears now.
Copy that. Appreciate you. And we will need camera on, even if it's just staring at your ceiling. We don't give a fuck, but we do need some sort of camera on just to put you where you. Yeah, actually, we're gonna just call you Black Bar. No, that might be inappropriate. I don't know.
Black bar.
Welcome
like
in,
that.
The Epstein
welcome,
files.
Tyler. You're right.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and click go live real quick, even though not everybody's here. Everybody's gonna kind of file in, which is fine. Fucking.
That's good.
Who all else should I expect is streaming?
No clue.
I'm pretty sure Razor will be. I'm pretty sure Lethy will.
I imagine Lethy would be.
I know Tyler, you are, but you're over there in YouTube. Do you stream under news and politics over there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Tyler, you're a bit
What other
quiet.
categories?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I heard you the first time, buddy.
Yeah, no, he said I was quiet. I'm just leaning back from my
I know.
microphone.
I'm just in general. You're a little quiet.
You're quiet, Rufus.
Yeah, your
So
mom's
maybe-
quiet.
Maybe should I go over under education maybe, or entertainment, or shows?
Education, because we're about to educate these nerds.
I really, really hope you fucking bring that energy. I hope, because as I said, and I'm not trying to. No.
All right, I need you doggies out of my room here.
I saw their prep. I didn't see you. So I hope y'all's prep is
Just
up to snuff. What were you saying there? Yeah, yes.
I could
Penny,
I
you can
could
just speak.
single-handedly beat all of these idiots. So I think
I
we're
I
fine.
wanted to know why I have to have my camera on, but Gorps doesn't have to have his camera on. And
Oh no,
Mr.
everybody's gonna have their cameras.
Yeah,
on.
mine will be on. I'm just
Yeah,
my
we're just.
wife is
I
in the
was letting you
background.
know that
Right now, I'm
that if
waiting
you're
till
part of the
she's on.
actual debate, we need some sort of a camera so it puts you in the right. And then it doesn't have to be your picture. I was gonna say if you were. That was why I said you were doing your phone, because if you were using a PC, we would walk you through the process of putting on a virtual cam. I'm perfectly fine with a virtual cam. You just have to have some sort of a camera engaged so that the Discord sorts you.
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
fine.
I'm gonna go with talk shows and podcasts.
You
Education.
can hear me, by the way, right?
I can. Is that the new person? Hello, Owlish. Pleasure to meet
Hi.
you.
Is that a woman?
It is a woman, a real debate woman. They're
Happens
they're
more
the
often
rare.
than you think. I'm not gonna do
We
that
just
full
can't
time.
seem to fucking find them. I don't know why.
There's a good reason why.
I am
Yeah?
curious.
I
Gorps,
would
why
like to know
why
that.
you haven't been streaming recently?
I'm sorry. What was that?
Because
Energy?
I've been spending time with my wife, and I also have my own OPSEC reasons for not streaming as much because of what I've been doing in real life.
Okay. Well, I would recommend
So-
that you should not support anti-Iran intervention protests.
Definitely appreciate your input.
I would recommend that you're retarded.
So, why is it not being working?
The Bluetooth
I
on
don't think
my
Radish
computer
is a fan of
just
that word.
stopped working. I was like,
Alice, it sounds like your mic is on
Does sound like the camera is.
your camera mic.
I also am worried that what Griffiths has his things on his what's it called, the deafenon that he might not hear when the debate starts.
Oh, you'll be fine. But thank you. It was very thoughtful. So I would like to 1, 2. That is.
Yes, that is a lot better.
1, 2,
Okay,
3,
cool.
7, 10. Okay, so we're just missing 2 more people. What's that? We got Razor. We got Rufus. Energy 1, 2. We're missing Castle. And we're missing...
Castle. What do you think,
So,
Castle?
I would honestly like to, because we've got a couple of minutes while people are trickling in. Owlish, why do you think that it is difficult for us to acquire
Oh, I forgot to write
lady debaters?
Because male debaters will constantly talk over you, even when you are trying to elbow your way in on a discussion. They will talk over you, tell you to stop talking so that they can talk, or think that they're the center of the topic. It happens all the time. Like, I've elbowed my way into many a debate and said, hey, thing. And then when somebody asks me a question, somebody will step in and answer the question for me. Also, a lot of times people will say things like, they're so annoying. Their voices are so grating. They're so irritating. No, it's not called being irritating. It's called trying to answer a fucking question. Jesus.
And then they wonder why they're incels. So real quick, just so you know, Owlish, you're new to our
just real quick.
just to let you know, no, hold on. Just so you know, that's one of the reasons why we use the timer. I don't know if you've actually watched what we do here. People do not talk over. We have we have timers. So basically the way, and somebody asked me before you came in, so I'm going to go over this as well. Normally, if it's a 1v1, it's 3-minute open, 3-minute cross, 3-minute open, 3-minute cross, and then there's a 10-minute where y'all can just kind of discuss. And at that point, if your opponent talks over you, I mean, again,
That's fine.
I expect you to shit on them for it, right? You know what I mean? And our judges here are good faith judges, so they're going to actually count down for people who are just gish gallop. But
Yeah.
then you're gonna get a 3-minute close, 3-minute close. So basically, we don't have that whole blood sports bullshit, fucking yelling at each other, insulting each other. We don't do that here. So just so you know, hopefully you might find this to be I was about to say, you might find this to be a more pleasant experience.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Can
I
I
mean,
give, just real quick.
You're used to what?
TikTok debating. So
So sorry. What were you gonna say now, Energy?
anyway, sorry, go
I
ahead.
was just going to say, and if I may give a relatively more scientific answer, studies show that men are more interested in analytical reasoning and women are statistically more interested in less analytical reasoning, which is why men tend to fields like theoretical physics and philosophy, which involve high analytical reasoning and competitive skills. Just statistically speaking.
These numbers.
I would love to. Yeah, I was about to say, I'm gonna want you to bring those actual studies, because I feel like that's a gross mischaracterization. At least the women that I have personally met in the STEM fields would laugh in your fucking face. So, but
Yeah,
cool.
you're not making yourself look good right now.
And I follow.
I know.
And I follow.
It's Panda. He doesn't ever
one
look
of the
good.
people that
Go ahead, Razor. I can barely hear you.
follow
But go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Am I good?
You're good. You're good. I'm sure it's on my end. Go ahead.
Yeah. I actually follow a female scientist who actually helped make the vaccines for the coronavirus. She's fucking smart as shit. I followed her purely to read her updates about how the studies from making the vaccine for the coronavirus actually led to breakthroughs in cancer research.
100%. And I would refute what you were saying, Energy, by simply pointing out the fact that there's a good chance that it's the societal norms and societal expectations that keep most women from pursuing those careers. Not a lack of interest, not a lack of skill, but rather the society itself, as she was just explaining, has a tendency to try to marginalize women when it comes to intellectual. So
And that's not.
I would say
and
that's just as
that's-
likely as their hormones as an answer.
Yeah, and that's
So-
not supported by scientific evidence, but because
I mean, what's
So let me. I want to see those statistics.
I just posted it in the chat. It says that the reason that men, if you want to look in the chat, men
Yep,
tend
I will.
to
I will in
be
a second.
more
Like I said, we're
interested in
here for
things.
something else. What were you about to say, Owlish?
Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, my job, I'm a network engineer. So I've been working in IT for multiple years, and I'm not I don't want to brag, but I'm pretty good at my job, and the amount of times I get people looking at me like I show up and I'm like, "Hi, I'm here to fix your computer." As local support and both network engineer, and they're like, okay, and they try to tell me
Okay,
how
but
to do
when's
my
the guy
job.
getting here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's
know,
messed
right?
up. Like nobody should be discriminated against because of their gender, of course.
Agreed. So, speaking of discrimination, I don't know why 2 more people aren't here yet. Oh, wait a minute. It's not Castle. Lethe. Wait a minute. Castle here?
Castle and Lethe are missing.
Castle, Lethe, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6.
Fucking Lethe is already
Lethe,
running.
God damn.
He
Castle.
knows he's gonna
Lethe
lose
told
and
me
he's
he was going to
running.
be a couple minutes late. There's Chief. All right, so we got 2 more. Castle and they're on the same team, aren't they? Oh, it sure would suck if you actually have to do what you said you were going to do and go 3v5 there. Actually, you wanted to go 1v5. Wasn't that right, Tyler?
No, I'm the one that said that. I said
for,
that.
for what it's
You
worth,
both said
Owlish,
that.
my personal belief, and this is just my guess, and this is just as I guess stereotyping as what Energy was saying, but I think that women don't like the smell of the fucking ego in most debates. That's just my.
Yeah, it's that. Although there are some debate people that
Yes.
will let you speak, but it don't really care if you're male, female, or whatever.
Yeah.
But a lot of them are just like intolerable when it comes to that. I saw Lethe last night. He was moderating a debate. He's probably still recovering from that.
I watched.
Actually, after
I
that
was
debate, he
listening to
ended
that
up
as
hanging
I
out
was
watching us play Minecraft until like fucking
2
Oh my god, I'm playing Minecraft.
My personal philosophy is that people should just go into what they're interested in regardless of what their gender, and if statistically men are more interested in things than women, then that's just what the statistical reality is.
There you go. Beautiful take. Well said. Put it on a t-shirt. I'll wear it. All right. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and reach out. It looks like still Castle. I knew Lethe was going to be a couple. Castle has not given me an excuse. So, reaching out to him right now. Make sure he didn't get lost. So you were back to what I was saying about the
Your
format
noise
for
gate's
tonight.
cutting you off a little bit. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Is it? Appreciate you.
Castle got hit by one of the meteors. That's
Thank you
been
very much,
flying over
Hammer.
the US.
Oh my god, there's a meteor? Love that.
Wait, where? When?
What meat?
There was one in Ohio? Something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, there was one in Ohio.
Yo,
Something
meteors
happened
are
in
Ohio,
California.
no cap.
Something happened interesting in Ohio once recently. That was it.
There was also a tornado. Right? Yes.
Like
there
God
was.
is really angry with Ohio.
Tornado.
I mean, Ohio.
Or no,
really
it was
deserved
Michigan.
it,
That was
so.
Michigan. Never mind.
Tornadoes are normal here, unfortunately.
Okay, we'll stop that.
I
Yeah,
fucking
it's
wish
Ohio.
it would.
Ohio?
So, well, the truth is, Ohio is very much flat, which is what tornadoes, right? So
It's even worse.
it's-
These moved it the wrong way, I think.
Say what?
Sounded like it was cutting you off more this time.
It sounds good to me, but I don't know.
Oh, it might be in the Discord then.
It's Discord. Yeah, it's Discord.
Testes 1, 2, 3, and you know that down a little bit. How about that? Can you hear me now?
Cool. If you move it down a little bit, it should be good.
Speaking of which, since we don't have the last couple of people, apparently Castle somehow thought that it was going to be. Oh,
I think he meant
Yeah,
9:30
six-
his time, which would have been 6:30.
okay, yes, okay. I was going to
So
say,
he's-
like, suddenly we
he's
decided
planning
to start 3 hours late.
No. He's planning on coming right as the debates were starting. So
I don't think so, Circa. I think everybody's showing up, but I appreciate the offer, sir. Appreciate you offering yourself as tribute. There's Castle, huzzah. And yeah, no, so Castle, what I was saying was because it always I was just in the announcement, because this one was kind of a big one and because there's 10 of us tonight, I knew it was going to be difficult to get the party started. So that was why I was saying that we're going to 30 minutes to get everything set up and people trickle in, so on and so forth. What's going on, Buttfart? Welcome in. All right, so while we're waiting for the last arrival, I'm gonna go through and just do a quick sound check with everybody and you guys. Anybody else who's streaming? By the way, other than me and Razor, is anybody else streaming? Vigi, are you live? Do you plan to go live? Anybody else? Gorps, are you going live? No.
I have gone
Owlish, do you
live.
stream live?
I do not.
Okay. Castle, I know you're not. Hammer, you're not? Okay. Okay, so I guess it's just you and me tonight, Razor. All right, cool. Well then, again, I guess anybody else who wants to, now's a good time for you to go through and kind of adjust your level so that it'll blow your ear holes out. Tyler, top to left. Would you go ahead and say a few words for me, buddy?
A few words for me, buddy.
You sound very hollow and distant, but I can hear you. All right, Hammer.
Business as usual.
That's just Tyler.
A few words
Hollow
for
and distant?
Tyler,
Wow, that's
buddy.
All right, that was perfect. Energy, say a few words for me, please.
Hello? Is this going through?
Yep, it's perfect. Doomer.
Test 1 2.
Beautiful. Chief.
In audio, there's a thing called the 3-to-1 rule, and you want the microphone to be, you want any other outside audio source to be 3 times further away than your microphone is to your voice. So if your walls are fucking as far away as your voice is from your microphone, Tyler, you might want to move it a little closer.
There you go. Gorps, say a few words for me.
Weird audio
As
test.
educational as Chief did.
Else has used this time to talk shit, so I guess I will. Tyler, your hair looks like shit, and we're gonna mop the floor with it.
He was actually finishing his hair when he turned his camera on. Full disclosure. Vigi, say a few words for me, buddy.
How's everybody doing tonight? Yeah, Tyler, you look like a bitch. Hammer, your hair. I can't insult you. I can't insult you.
I was just telling our new participant how we don't insult and fucking slur each other. And what do all of y'all do?
Hey,
Okay.
it's all right.
I'm used to it.
It's lonely up here at the top of the debate ratings.
During the debates, I promise.
It's lonely up here at the top of the debate ratings.
It's literally gonna be the best debate ever. It's gonna be amazing.
How do you connect streams again? I forget.
You
We're
don't
gonna
cross
connect
It requires
streams.
pixie dust and
Now you're
last name.
supposed to
Whoa.
cross, bro.
Yeah, you don't cross
Stream
streams,
and
bro.
hit knock.
That was the only way the Ghostbusters won. What do you mean?
You're right.
They connected their streams. They didn't
Men
cross
or the-
Razor.
The girls or the men?
Yes.
Razor, say a few
I
words.
didn't watch. 48 years ago, I wasn't born, so why the fuck am I here now?
All right, cool. And Ms. Alish, if you would be so kind as to give me a few words
That
as
was
well.
very philosophical.
Is fourscore like? Is that like a week or 2 weeks?
No, that's 80 years.
It's
80 years.
I'm sorry?
A score is 20
Yeah,
years.
the score is 20
You're
years.
nervous?
Oh god.
Yes.
Okay. Is that
Why?
upwards?
I just got my
That was
pink.
perfect. Thank you. Castle, give me a
And
few
then
words.
just
You're going
put
to give me
the
that camera, right?
Oh,
You're
forget
still doing
what
your
I'm
hair too, trying to be as
doing.
pretty as Tyler?
I'm in my grandma's basement. I can't afford to be on camera.
Oh, good lord.
I think
Even if you put the camera facing down, it's going to put you in the right place because you got to be up on top, buddy. Tonight, you're on top. And I need you
on
to
top.
I'll
He's on
I'll
top.
figure
Put a
something
piece of
out.
duct tape over the fucking camera for all I care.
It's the
But,
first time he's
but
ever
we
been
gotta
on
have
top.
we gotta have some sort of a live cam. Like that's
Okay.
why we're looking at Energy's forehead. So find
No,
out.
I know you guys either need me live or you need some picture. I'm trying to figure out the picture thing, but if you need me to
You got
go
you got
on
you got
cam-
a couple more minutes. Lethe's still kicking rocks trying to get home, so it's not.
Don't
a
let him
problem.
bully you, Energy.
I'm gonna be.
Also,
Bully.
Tyler's hot.
Holy,
Everybody's
holy,
wrong.
holy.
We have the most
I said-
attractive panel of all
There you
time.
go. That's
The
it.
most
You
attractive
sound great.
Everybody
panel.
knows it.
It's wow, it's so amazing. It's so amazing.
All
About
right.
90% of it is me. You're welcome.
So, I want to. Did you do the knock? Yes, you did. I will accept you knocking at my door. Could not be
Knock.
captured by a single browser source. Please use stream together in one browser window. Chrome window. What the fuck?
I am the one who knocks.
You are the one who knocks.
I
Let
am
me
the
try
one.
this one more time. So there is going to be a slight change to our. Oh, I see what I did there. Okay, that's why. Can you do me a favor and knock again, sir?
I have knocked again.
Knock, knock.
And it worked.
Ha
Very cool. Very cool. And I think since is it because you knocked? Does that mean that the chat you're going to be the one in control? Do you have the option to turn on? Or no, maybe that's it.
Grace is gonna be the one in control.
Yes, the reason my mic test is my mic.
Start sharing chat.
Perfect.
Just
All right.
a second. Is it working? Can you hear me?
It is working.
Okay. The reason you're seeing my forehead is because basically I want to talk directly into the mic just so there's no audio issues.
Yeah, sure. No, I don't mind. It's a beautiful forehead, my friend. I wasn't criticizing. Okay, so again,
Well,
Lethe, I'll catch him up whenever he gets here. There is going to be a slight difference. So so those of you who do not know, or for our new guest, Alish, those of you who have never participated here before, we're doing things a little different. We don't usually have 5v5s. It's usually 3v3s, but we're doing this in 3-month bursts. We're going to call them seasons. And this is the last debate, the last proper debate of this season. So I decided that since we had a good prompt where we had 5 people on each side and it was a fairly evenly balanced prompt, that it would be cool to see what that looks like. Give it a 5v5 for the first time. Now, with that said, it is unfair for me to ask my judges to come up with 10 fucking questions. Normally, Alish and audience, whenever we do this, the judges are going to come up with a question for each debater after the prompts or after the open session, so that way we can kind of poke holes or give you a little further challenge, whatever. But again, 10 questions would be a bit excessive. That's like from 3 of us, that's 30 questions. Jesus Christ, that would on its own be an hour, and I'm not here for that. So I don't think y'all are either. So it's not a quiz show. So instead, what we're gonna do is after the 3v3 or after the 3-minute sessions, which will go in the order that the captains choose. That is always going to stay the same. The captain in this case are going to be Gorps and Tyler. And after they decide the order of competitors. So they're going to choose who goes first. Then the opponent's going to choose who cross-examines them. And then they provide their 3-minute opening. Then the opponent is going to choose who cross-examines them, and it's going to go back and forth like that. Once that's over, I'm going to have the captains choose 2, not at the same time, but choose 1 champion to go against the other team's champion. This is got to be somebody who is not yet debated. Or debated each other. So in other words, if you already cross-examined one another either direction, those 2 people are off limits. We're going to do that twice, and then we're going to go to our closings. But then what we're going to do, and this is something for the captains to know. This is the big humdinger. This is the big curveball. Once all of the closings are done, I'm going to have the captains each name their Steelman champion. And it has to be somebody who has not already been a champion. And that person is going to be expected to offer a 2-minute Steelman of the opponent's position, summarizing the best points that they made and or giving the points as though they believed or were affirming that prompt. Okay? So keep that in mind. Oftentimes, the captains are going to want to use their strongest soldiers in that champion mode. I want you to remember, somebody's going to have to steelman the opposition at the end. And you're going to be the one who's in charge of choosing who that is. So, with that, yeah, go ahead, Gorps. If y'all have any questions, shoot.
First of all, I did end up deciding live, so Jay's stream together invite,
Will do.
please. Do you mean somebody that's not been a champion like in other debates?
No, in tonight.
Okay.
So in other words, let's say Tyler chooses Hammer and you respond by choosing Owlish. The 2 of them are going to go at it for 5 minutes. After that, you're going to choose, we'll say Groofus, and Tyler responds with Energy. They're going to go at it for 5 minutes. Then we're going to do our closings. You cannot choose Owlish or Groofus. You see what I'm saying? It has to be either you, Razor, or Vigilante to do that Steelman session. So basically, feel free in DMs, discuss amongst yourselves who you think, this is my personal suggestion anyway, who you think would be the best Steelman, and then make the rest of your champion decisions based on that. So again, like I said, this is kind of a new thing we're going to roll out tonight. I think it's going to be interesting. I think it's going to be fun. We'll see how it goes, but I had been already thinking about and discussing with people behind the scenes about the idea of having a Steelman round where you have to show at least a baseline understanding of the opposition's position. However, full disclosure, Vigilante, the conversation that you had in the other Discord this morning, it kind of prompted me to say, you know what, this is happening tonight. It needs to happen because I agree with everything you said.
Oh,
We're not gonna,
yeah.
we don't need to get into it. I'm not trying to do any no drama, but just know that I double stamp everything you said over there, and we're gonna make sure we start rolling that out over here in the DMZ. So. Lethe, where the fuck are you, man? You said 10 minutes. It's 25 minutes in.
Stoner time.
He's running. He knows he's gonna lose. That's it.
Yeah, you think?
Apparently
Yeah.
he went to church and got held up there. The sermon went a little bit long, so.
Like held up?
Like held up at church, like.
No. Like he's stuck.
Put the money in the fucking basket.
See, Alice, we
went
made
later
the
than he
same
thought he
joke,
would.
buddy. We made
Yeah.
the same joke. Good stuff.
Yeah.
He went to church.
You're in the right place, my friend. All right, so yeah.
I went to a
Again,
country church.
Lethe, I'm sure he will be here. He is always going to be here. He is always
He
diligent.
lost his gas money to tithing.
There you go. Wow. Wow. Blame the church. Blame the church. We
I
all do
always
anyway.
will.
The church is the source of all evils.
Hey,
Now, for
don't
what it's
talk like
worth,
this in
I'll-
Leafy's here,
They keep
alright?
asking for money.
I
That is
actually,
somebody
I'm kind of
somebody
shocked to
that's
find.
been-
Well, we'll have that discussion later. Never mind.
Yeah.
Also, just so you know, Alish, another thing that we do, because this is kind of important to us, we are all here to try to get better. So we are all trying to be the best debaters we can be. With that said, the
No.
judges are all going to also offer a little bit of feedback to everybody.
No.
No.
I'm just here to
oh,
win, bitch.
I know, and in order to win, Gorps, you can't be drunk. So that's tip number
Gorp.
1 for you, buddy. Trying to take on the king when you're 6
Drink,
fucking
drink,
cups in.
drink,
Anyway,
drink,
so
Sorry, but I gotta.
yeah, no, you're good. After the debates are over, Owlish, what we're gonna do is we open it up to an open panel where it's more conversational. There's no longer a timer. Now, this is usually more important when we're doing the 1v1s because we have 3 different topics and 2 of the debaters four of the debaters and 2 judges just sat there patiently listening and screaming at their camera on mute while the other people were screwing it up. So this gives them the opportunity to kind of air out their thoughts, their grievances, etc. Plus, it's a really good opportunity for us to make sure that a bad idea doesn't catch more weight because it's in the hands of a bad interlocutor, right? We don't want a shitty debater to make it seem like this shitty idea is better than it actually is, right? So that said, we give everybody the opportunity to kind of, knock it over, knock it down, think around the corners, et cetera, et cetera. So that is not mandatory. Nobody has to stick around for that, but it's kind of the more fun part, if you ask me. That's usually when the drinks come in and Gorp starts showing his ass. So
I
Yes,
have
sir.
a just okay.
Yep. Hold on. Yeah. What were you gonna say, Tyler?
I'm muted.
You're muted.
If you're talking, we
Muted.
cannot hear you, my friend.
Oh, how is this going to affect the rankings for the season we have? Is this just, since we have so many people here, is this just going to exempt the rankings, or is that going to get added in somehow as well?
That is an excellent question. So
I
one of
asked
the other things that I was about to do is
We're gonna work backwards from whatever
by
makes
the-
you lose.
I'm already number 1, baby. You're going to have to, it's an uphill battle when you look at how far ahead I am.
I do want to also say welcome into all the chatters. I see some new faces out there. I appreciate you guys. Normally, I'm more engaged with chat, but tonight, whenever we're doing our debates, they get most of my attention.
Number one.
There's too many of them, especially tonight. I gotta
Number
pay attention to
one.
everything going on.
Number
But,
one.
yes, I
Number
will go back
one.
and we have somebody out there keeping track of y'all. So please be that I was already thinking about doing whenever I first started, because again, this is our first time trying to do the ranking season. That's why next season I'm actually going to try and monetize it so that all of the winning debaters get some sort of a payout. That's my goal. Now, of course, that requires fucking donations to come in, and we're working on that, but whatever. The point is, though, whenever I first set up the structure for the rankings, thank you. Appreciate you, buddy. I'm glad you could make it. I knew you'd be here. So whenever I first started setting up the structure for the rankings, I was doing what I could to make sure that the judges were not going to be accused of corruption. given the fact that the judges are also debaters, I didn't want anybody to think, oh, well, he's only voting for me, so he gets this position or blah, blah, blah. Like, I didn't want that to even be so. The judges were also getting 10 points. Nah, I don't like that. Now that I'm looking at it, I'm going to go back through. I'm going to retally the scores. This is the upside of having that results channel, is so we can go through and very easily just calculate it. Y'all can all see the results and double check me, because math ain't my strong suit. So I'm going to go through and I'm going to take out the judge points, and I'm just going to go based on people's actual scores. That said, I was on the fence about tonight. I think tonight has to count, but well, I'm open to conversations. Yeah, I was about to say I'm open to conversations about this, because this season is just for bragging rights, right? So at the end of the day, whatever is most fair is what I'm going to go with, and so I'd definitely be willing to hear any thoughts or suggestions about that after the fact. But we have our Lethe. Perfectly timed at 6:30. I'm glad you made it, buddy. You braved the storm. You fought back we heard you got held up at church, man. Like,
yeah, there's a church on the corner.
Did they catch the guy?
No, he was still running pockets as I left.
Was it you?
So
no, it was Don Lemon.
I cannot confirm or deny.
Wow, that's fucked up.
Oh wow.
Man.
Oh, I started drinking Alani Lethe.
Anyways, all right.
It's my first one. Let's see how it works.
The only reason why they couldn't catch you is they were too fast. I mean,
say a few more words for me, Lethe, so I can get your sound locked in.
Right, we're getting locked in here. Let's do the thing, and I'm still setting up my show.
I'm off the camera right here.
Perfect. So you are going to be streaming? Okay, cool.
Yes.
Then in that case, I just have one more thing to do. Let me get Gorps and you both invited to the stream together, and good God, we can kick the tires and start the fucking party.
Oh wow.
My apologies for my tardiness.
Love you. Close the door.
Lethe, I said you were
Thank you.
probably recovering from yesterday.
Jesus.
That took up most of the morning, so yeah, it set me behind drastically.
The debate, I mean, from yesterday.
Yeah, the brain pain was still.
Yeah,
hitting me.
yeah. I bet.
Lethe, I figured you were just running because you knew you were going to lose. You
and
know.
I don't think I've been following Gorps, unfortunately. I didn't realize that.
Well, you should fix
Gorp
that.
doesn't
But
stream.
Gorps doesn't really stream much anymore. So.
Gorps is live right now, and I'm still waiting.
I know.
for
I said
Raditz
much
to make a
anymore,
stream.
bruv.
Kessel, what are we watching it on your TV?
Oh my God.
Castle, I don't think Castle said
If you want, you can see the
Tyler.
grandma's TV we're working with.
Hell yeah.
Can you
She
send this
still
stream
got the
together
Nintendo,
again?
bro.
Tyler, for the love of God,
we got
take
the
your mic
Sega
out of the
hookup.
bathroom.
It's literally right here.
There you go. You're not echoing like you're in a fucking toilet.
I moved into a new house recently. I'll lean forward for this.
And Gorps, your invite has been censored.
Like literally lives in a cave now. What is this?
Yeah.
Bro,
I am
my
curious,
house has like
just-
no furniture and I don't echo. What are you talking about?
There we go.
Proximity.
Well, I ain't got no brokey ass closet size room, brokey.
Hey, Lethe, on the thing, can you mute your thing on the
My
other
room's not
thing?
that small.
Oh,
Yeah, because you're double upping. What were you going to say, Energy?
I was just going to say, so what exactly is the order? Who's going to go first, and then
That is up to the captain.
Locked in.
So the captains are going to choose who goes in what order. It's going to start with the affirmative. Tyler gets first pick, and then Gorps is going to choose who he puts up against that person. So, and then it's going to keep going back and forth. That's the significance of the captains. The captains get to choose the pecking order. So,
Capitan.
all right. Without further
All
ado,
hail mighty
as we've
Gorp.
had all of the ado. I'm going to go ahead and read my fun little intro, and then we're going to get this party started, everybody.
Shut the fuck up.
And thank you.
I think I'm kidding.
I appreciate you.
Just being funny. But also shut the fuck up.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Demilitarized Zone. This is the one stream designed to help you feel better about engaging in hot button topics. Our goal here is to teach Discord survival tactics, not just farm gotchas and dunks. We cultivate meaningful, intelligent conversation where you have to stop and listen to the other person, even if it is just to find the flaws in what they are saying. So at least for tonight, please check your weapons at the door, take notes, act like grown-ups, and refrain from the blood sports and shit slinging that have plagued our society for far too long. But our audience here does get a say. So there will be a link in the chat to where you can vote at the end. Go ahead and limber up those voting fingers. It is free for all. And exercise your democratic rights to decide which side you think made the most persuasive case. Tonight's prompt, foreign interventionism is beneficial for American society. And our debaters from the top left are going to be Tyler, the average debate enjoyer, captain of Team Affirmative. Sitting next to him, Lethe Water Kai. The fuzzy picture to the right of that is going to be Castle, and next to him is Hammer. I still say that is a podcast waiting to happen, Hammer and Castle. And then underneath Tyler, the forehead in the corner is Energy to Hamter. Bottom underneath Energy is Gorps Inc. From Gorps Inc. To the right of him, Vigilante TV. To the right of him is Groofus, Admiral Groofus, that is. And to the right of him is Razor Sharp G. And our newcomer tonight on the very bottom, just by happenstance, I promise, is Owlish.
Hello.
Now, our judges for the night are going to be Doomer Patriot on the left and Let's Chief to my immediate left. And I am, of course, your humble host and moderator, the Horseradish. So we are going to be going back and forth throughout this. This is going to be 3-minute rounds. We're going to start out with somebody from the affirmative giving an opening, then somebody from the negative is going to cross-examine. That directed cross-examination is ultimately open conversation, although the idea for it is for the opposition to be able to clarify and or set up their own prompt or their own introduction. Once we're done with that, we're going to go to a champion round where the captains are going to put forth their best debaters to sword fight in the middle for a solid 5 minutes. And then after that, we're going to go with closings. But at the end, as I mentioned earlier, there's going to be a fun little curveball where the captains have to provide somebody to steelman the opposition's position for 2 minutes. Now, all of those times are recommendations. They are not required. I will tell you that our judges do pay attention to not only your rhetoric, your skill, your delivery, your ability to think around corners and interact and engage with the prompt as well as your opponent, but they do also pay attention to your time management skills. So whenever it's all said and done, we go to the judges who will give you some feedback and their score on a 10-point basis. After that, we go to the audience. Sometimes the audience votes don't matter, but you should still do it anyway. I promise. It matters to us because we're keeping score. Now, if anybody here has any questions, now would be the time. Except you, Energy. Anybody else? All right, cool. Then in that case, I'm just fucking with you, Energy. Nothing but love, buddy. Then in that case, I'm going to look at you, Tyler. 3 minutes is on the clock. Who will be your first debater on the affirmative?
All right, you're up. Lethe, I choose you!
Lethe, you have come out of your pokeballs. Whenever you are ready, sir, I will start the clock when you start to talk.
All right, 1 second. So, we are here to talk about why American interventionism is a net benefit for the global community as well as for America itself. We live in a day and age where we have a global economy. Everything affects everybody as much as we don't want to look at things in a larger sphere of influence. Everything that happens in other countries, small conflicts, supply chain shortages, all affect everybody in the global community. So every time there is a polluter, there is a conflict, there is a shortage, or there's any sort of issues going on, it's going to affect everybody. So America taking the first steps to ensure trade routes, to ensure that conflicts end amicably, or even just to go ahead and put sanctions or tariffs on countries that are bad actors is a net benefit to the entire world. Without America going in to stop the Houthis, you would have an issue of supply chain issues. As we're seeing now with current conflicts like the Hormuz Strait, you're seeing that America not intervening in this situation is causing massive issues with gas and energy to the point where we're about to go down to 4-day work weeks because we just can't afford the energy. So seeing America step away from the interventionism as we're seeing today, we're already seeing the effects hit us in ways that we never even thought could have been the case for America or for other countries throughout the world. So I would like to establish that things like USAID have been beneficial, even though you may be able to find some negatives going along here. There is no perfect system and there's no perfect interventionism. There will be issues along the way, and I'm willing to address those. But for the most part, you're going to see that America intervening has been a source of stability throughout the entire world, not just for America.
Okay, that sounded like you landed it. All right, Gorps, who's going to cross-examine?
Garufus.
Rufus, you're up, buddy. 3 minutes is on the clock. I'll start whenever you ask. Rufus, can you hear me? Rufus, are you there?
Sorry, my actual mic was muted.
Your actual
All right.
mic. All right, cool.
Yeah, it's whatever. So, Lethe, you said we live in an interconnected global society where issues affect everyone. By that logic, if a civil war breaks out in Sudan, does that affect American society? And should we intervene in that?
Yes, it absolutely does. And it would be good if we did, but we don't always do that.
But if you say... So let's make sure that... Okay, so let's say China's government, right?
China.
Owns 100... Sorry. Thing. So let's say you're defending interventionism on the way to make America safer, right? In 1953, the CIA overthrew Iran's democratically elected prime minister. You're aware of that, right?
Something more hype. I got the volume as low as I can get it without not hearing it.
All right. So, no, I was just more so establishing that as a fact. And in 1953, a coup installed the Shah. The CIA coup installed the Shah, a dictator backed by the US for 26 years, which directly led to the 79 Iranian Revolution, an anti-American regime that exists today. So can we intervene to control Iran? And that intervention also created the Iranian threat we face now, right?
No, it didn't create what we're facing now. The lack of coordination in that region between the actors is what caused that. America just just quartered the Shah.
Really? So the fact that a revolution that was directly caused by U.S. intervention and actions is not the U.S. fault. This is directly thing that the CIA even basically directly admits with their concept of blowback.
Yes. So you can look at it as, America intervening caused some conflict, but America not intervening would have been more horrific. So we're trying to create stability within that area. We got a stabilized area. It may not be the most ideal, because for the most part, when you install leadership in any particular area, there's going to be a way they run things. And it's not going to be without bloodshed. It's not going to be perfect, but it will create a sense of stability in that area more so than if we'd done nothing.
All right. And in 1980s, we armed the Mujahideen in Afghanistan to fight the Soviets. And that same network became Al Qaeda, which attacked us at 9/11. So we intervened in the 80s, which led to the terrorists who attacked us, which justified our 9/11 invasion, which we spent the last 20 odd years trying to fight, and ended up with the Taliban back in power. So we created the problem we spent 20 years failing to solve.
Go ahead and answer that, Lethe.
So
there was a question.
Because I'm not quite sure it was a question, but I'm guessing it was why, if it wasn't solved and there was conflict. So it's not incumbent on America to solve problems, is to maintain stability, is to maintain as close to a status quo as possible. So in not doing so,
Hell yeah.
The area would have been
Hell
much
yeah.
more destabilized. There would have been more groups fighting for power in that area and creating more chaos. So who's to say 9/11 wouldn't have happened 10 years earlier had that been the case?
All right, good stuff. Groofus, 3 minutes is now going to be on the clock for your opening statement. I will start the clock when you do.
All right, I'd just like to say really quickly that Osama bin Laden directly decided our foreign policy for his attacks on the towers and 9/11 in general. But my opponent told you what vaguely kind of implied what he thinks the prompt means, but here's what it actually says, right? Foreign interventionism, not American interventionism, foreign interventionism. So, for an example, France intervened in our economy, or in our Revolutionary War in 1778. They sent troops, funding, and whatnot to help us fight the British. Foreign capital also intervenes in our economy every day, right? Toyota, BMW, and Nintendo. Foreign tourists come in to intervene in our economy every day via visiting Disney World and spending billions of dollars. I mean, I would almost say that I like American foreign interventionism, but that's not quite what Lethe was really arguing there. He meant foreign American interventionism in foreign countries. Well, but that's not what the prompt says. America intervening isn't about foreign interventionism from America's perspective. It's our interventionism in foreign places. It's like calling the Department of War the Department of Foreign Aggression, right? I mean, it might be more accurate, but the grammar doesn't work. And here's why this matters beyond me just having a little fun. If we can't even clearly define what we're debating in a controlled setting with a written prompt, preparation time, and no bombs falling, how can we possibly define clear, achievable, limited goals when we're spending trillions of dollars and actually dropping bombs on people? And this isn't pedantry either. It's the exact problem with interventionism in practice. But fine, I'll be charitable. Let me interpret this poorly worded prompt for him. What I think he meant was the U.S. use of military force, economic coercion, or political interference in other nations' affairs when those nations pose no direct imminent threat to American territory or citizens. And I will further define those three terms, which would be military force, would be invasion, occupation, bombing campaigns, drone strikes, initiating conflict against armed countries that didn't attack us. Economic coercion is sanctions that starve civilian populations and embargoes that cut off medicine and food. It is not voluntary trades where both sides benefit. And a political interference would be something like CIA-backed coup, funding opposition groups to overthrow governments, intellectual interference, and threatening sanctions unless regimes change. The affirmative has to defend the indefensible. Mass murder. Just instead of only being guns and bombs, there's a flag too.
All right. So, Tyler, looking at you, who's going to cross-examine Rufus?
Lethe, go! Use energy to hammer now!
Lethe cannot, unfortunately.
He shot energy to
I see.
hammer out, yeah.
Energy, I got it. I get the reference. I'm sorry. I caught up. Energy, you're up. Cross-examination starts whenever you start to talk.
So basically, my question would be to you, how do you respond to the fact that if there are circumstances where if we didn't intervene, then American troops' lives would be at risk and American citizens' lives would be at risk and foreign lives would be at risk because of foreign governments funding terrorism? For example, the Iranian government funding Hamas and Hezbollah, which are both responsible for the deaths of American and Israeli civilians.
Well, first, Israeli civilians aren't American society, so this is well outside the scope of this debate and this prompt. As for,
but they could I just clarify a point there real quick? They are.
I would like to finish my response to that first, really quickly, which is you also have to. You're assuming there that that it isn't the U.S. intervening that initially caused that threat, so to speak, right? I pointed this out in my cross of Lethe. We spent 20 years in Afghanistan only for in the Middle East, only
Iran?
for Osama bin Laden to do 9/11, citing directly our foreign policy, and then we also ended up back in the Middle East again, fighting 20 more years in the Middle East again, only for us to pull out with the same people in charge who were originally in charge.
Okay, so there are two responses to that. So the first thing with Israeli civilians is, I do think part of it is moral reputation. So America gets moral points for protecting foreign lives. But second of all, on top of moral reputation that we get from saving foreign civilians, we also get the fact that they're a trading partner of the U.S. And so we buy and benefit from Israeli technology. So that's thing one. And then thing two is, the fact of the matter is, the reason we overthrew the Iranian government was because they nationalized, I believe it was British and American oil companies, although it could have been just British oil companies, but they nationalized oil companies that were not theirs. And so Western governments had the right to protect our oil, which did not belong to them.
Who says that they originally didn't? How do you know that they originally didn't, before that, were owned by some Iranian companies or whatnot? I mean, before Iran was a country, when it was still Persia, it was an independent country. Then the Soviets and the British came in and basically occupied the country and took their oil. So, I mean, I would say that those...
My understanding is that the British oil companies freely traded with the Iranians to buy their oil with contracts.
Probably, I would say, under the threat of a gun, given that, once again, the Soviets and the British occupied Iran during World War II. Right, and especially the Soviets definitely left.
All right.
Can I finish?
Yep, go ahead.
Never mind. And the Soviets definitely staying there also most certainly did not help with their... did not help when it came to their thoughts about foreign countries. There we go.
Thank you. Can you finish? I don't know. All right.
Yes.
Now going back over to you, Corpse. Who is going to cross? Or no, I'm sorry. It's Energy's open. My bad. Energy. 3 minutes on the clock for you to do your opening. Go ahead and start it up.
So basically, my position is, and the main thesis that I've been preparing for this debate is that we get moral reputation status by intervening in foreign countries. And when we morally have the high ground, other countries want to do things like trade with us and be less likely to be at war with us. So for example, let's say in the future there's some sort of conflict abroad, and let's say we side with the good guys, like we side with Ukraine against the Russian invasion of the government, we side with Israel against Hamas, etc. Basically, this means that Ukrainians and Israelis and what have you, and other liberal democratic countries that we're allies with want to be our allies, so they're less likely to A, be at war with us in the future, and B, they're more likely to trade with us in the future. Now, the second thing is also basically, the fact is, a lot of times when we intervene in foreign countries, it's because other countries nationalize our oil. So, for example, the reason, to my understanding, that Trump is doing what he's doing in Venezuela, even though he says it's for drugs, I think another reason is also because of the fact that the Venezuelan government, under the socialist government, basically nationalized American oil, if my memory serves me correctly. And the same thing with the American intervention in Iran that Griffiths was mentioning. That was because they nationalized Western oil companies, and that oil belongs to us, not to them. Another thing I would say is that if we don't intervene, we also have the problem that we don't get the benefit of a more secure globe, because basically, on top of the moral reputation we get, we also fighting terrorists long terms means there's fewer terrorists. So by taking out the current Iranian government, we'll have fewer people who are funding Hamas and Hezbollah, and that means that in the long term, global terrorism will decrease. Now, as for the idea of blowback arrest the Mujahideen, you can cherry pick examples from history, but overall we have to take things in holistically, right? We know from the scientific method that we do trial and error, and sometimes we err, but that doesn't mean that we should give up on the scientific method. It just means that we're not infallible. And if we search for infallibility and we say, well, only if we have a 100% perfect track record of foreign intervention will we ever support foreign intervention in general, then we're asking for omniscience, which is humanly impossible. And then I would also add that I don't think most of the people who are critical of war understand the failure of non-interventionism in the context that I mentioned of what it would actually do, which would, I believe, cripple the American economy, cripple our standing with the world, etc. And so, yeah, I'm a big supporter of the American, Israeli, Ukrainian, etc. governments defending themselves from foreign terrorists like Hamas and Hezbollah and what have you. And we should support the West against these organizations. But yeah, anyway, time's up, basically. So yeah.
All right, landed it on the nose. Good stuff, Energy. Now, the question I already asked, unfortunately, Gorps, who's going to be cross-examined? I had a strange hunch that was going to be the answer. So I'm just going to remind everybody, please, let's keep it above the belt. 3 minutes is on the clock. Gorps, get after it.
Vanda, do you think that the current war in Iran is beneficial to America because we're going after these terrorists?
So two things. First, please call me Energy. You can call me Panda, but Energy is my current username.
Okay, that's fine. Chop, let's go.
Okay, yes.
Okay, so do you think that the 13 U.S. service members that have been killed and the over 200 that have been injured is necessary?
I'm not familiar with the specific military tactics to know whether it's necessary to defeat the current Iranian regime. There could be better military tactics.
No, it doesn't matter. The prompt is it's beneficial to American society. So Americans dead and injured. You seem to support this war. American society includes these service members that are dead and injured. How is this beneficial?
Because long-term, when we get rid of the current Iranian regime, on top of the moral support we get from the world,
right?
We
so
also
the Ayatollah that was directly opposed to Iran having a nuke that we killed, which led to the current Ayatollah, who is pro-nuke, pro-Iran having nukes. How does this benefit American society?
Well, to my understanding, the current interventionists are trying to get rid of that Ayatollah, the second Ayatollah.
Yeah, the one that we caused to be in place. That's the thing.
Yeah, we're trying to get rid of him.
Is it beneficial that we caused an Ayatollah who wants Iran to have nukes? How does that benefit American society?
Well, what will be beneficial if we get rid of him as well? And the reason we should get rid of him is because...
Hold on. What benefits America if we got rid of the first Ayatollah? And like, where is the benefit for American society?
The first Ayatollah was directly responsible for the deaths of American and Israeli civilians.
Okay. Where's the benefit for American society for an Iran that has been more measured than American or Israel in the region? We have now created a radical regime, more radical than the previous one, and more anti-America than the previous one. How does this benefit America?
We're trying to overthrow that too.
Trump said that he's not doing regime change.
He says that, but do you think Trump is completely honest?
All we can do is take him for his word. We're not doing regime change. I want to go back to a point that you made. Our oil. So the oil that is in Iran, and in Venezuela, our oil. Why do you think this is our oil?
Because the oil companies bought them from Venezuelan and Iranian people.
Well, those governments seem to think that it's their oil and it's in their country. How does it benefit America for us to overthrow regimes for fucking oil?
You're a libertarian. You should understand the importance of voluntary contracts.
Yeah, and the governments are saying no. That's what
the governments don't have the right
nationalizing the oil was.
I don't think governments
and again,
have the. Just
I asked, how does this benefit American society?
Okay, I'll just finish this and then the thing is by violating the contracts, the foreign governments have created a moral hazard in the economy, which means we're less likely to have economic investment in their countries, which is bad for both us and them.
All right, so Gorps, you kept it clean. I appreciate that, buddy. 3 minutes is on the clock. Time is ready for you. Start it whenever you're ready.
Interventionism, especially in the Middle East, has been one of the most consistent failures in modern American history. It's not controversial or mixed results, it is an abject failure, and the idea that somehow it benefits American society is the kind of take you only get from people who never live with the consequences. To be blunt, every time the US intervenes in the Middle East, we break something, we leave, and then we act shocked when the region catches fire. And then the same people who caused the disaster in the first place show up years later, pretending that the solution is more intervention. If this debate was about intentions, maybe the pro side would have a chance, but it's about outcomes, and the outcomes are brutal. We toppled Iraq's government, and that created the power vacuum that birthed ISIS, and then we funded them. We armed moderate rebels in Syria and watched those weapons end up with extremists. We spent trillions of dollars to get nothing but instability, resentment, and body bags. We strengthened Iran's regional influence by eliminating every rival around it. If this is what beneficial looks like, I'd hate to see their definition of harmful. And here's the part the pro side will probably dance around all night. Foreign intervention doesn't serve American society, it serves defense contractors. It serves the people who profit from endless war, not the people who pay for it. Ordinary Americans don't get safer communities, better infrastructure, or lower taxes from bombing campaigns. They get higher debt, higher oil prices, and a world that trusts us less every year. This is not to mention the attacks on American citizens that stem directly from our actions abroad. Even in the last year and a half, on January 1st, 2025, in an ISIS-inspired attack, the terrorists rammed their car and opened fire on partygoers in New Orleans, killing 14. On June 1st, 2025, there was a firebombing at an Israel Solidarity Walk. Even more recent than that, on March 7th of this year, there was an attempted bombing outside Mamdani's residence in New York City. On March 12th of this year, a man rammed his car into a synagogue and opened fire. These are all in direct reaction to American intervention in the Middle East. There's no way you can spin this to be beneficial. Meanwhile, the Middle East gets destabilized, civilians get killed, and extremist groups get a recruitment poster that writes itself. Look what America did. So when the pro side tries to sell you the fantasy that interventionism promotes democracy or protects American interests, remember, we've been hearing those slogans for the last 40 years, and the scoreboard is nothing but losses. Even when we tout our quote-unquote wins in intervention, such as Korea, we still have to contend with the fact that 36,000 Americans died, Korea is still divided, and there's no measurable benefit to actual American society. This debate is not complicated, it's not philosophical, and it's not theoretical. It is a simple question. Has U.S. intervention produced real, measurable benefits for American society? The answer is no. The evidence is not close. If the pro side wants to defend a track record of failure, blowback, and trillion-dollar sinkholes, that's their problem. But let's not pretend it's a benefit to anyone except the people cashing the checks.
All right. Landed it on the button again. Tyler, who's cross-examining?
Oh, stop. It's hammer time.
Hammer. All right, buddy. 3 minutes is on the clock for cross-examination. Go ahead and start when you're ready.
Okay, so my first question is, since you think that intervention is such a negative, has had such a negative impact on the U.S., do you think that we should cease all intervention?
Most of it, yeah.
Most of it, okay. Do you does that include any kind of trade agreements, any kind of like sanctions and tariffs that we place on people who do policies that we don't like?
When we are talking about intervention, we are talking about unconsensual intervention. Consensual trade agreements and things like that are not what we're referencing here.
Sure. So things like tariffs and sanctions, which are unconsensual intervention. Do you think we should?
Yeah, we should stop them.
Like that? Do you think that we should pull out?
The tariffs are the exact reason that the Iranian government has gotten as extreme as it is currently. They're the reason that the Iranian people are suffering, and they're the reason that American service members are dead.
Do you think that we should pull out of NATO and the UN, these
Yes.
defense organizations? Okay.
Yes,
so
but this is irrelevant because at the end of the day,
Relevant.
none
It's
of these
intervention.
things have a direct benefit to American society. It is a taxpayer dollar suck and money that could be going back to the American people, the actual American society.
And so, we should never try to defend our allies, any kind of trade partners or anything.
I'm not saying never defend our allies, but I'm saying that
That's intervention.
our focus should be on the American society. American intervention
We're not talking
takes
about
that focus
focus.
away from American society onto other societies.
Yes, but if you remove our ability to defend allies and support them, then we can no longer have some of our most important alliances, especially in areas with high conflict, such as Israel and places in Asia like South Korea and Japan.
The only reason our allyship with Israel is important is because we've ostracized and ruined any other allyships in the region because of
What?
our foreign intervention.
We're allies with the entire region.
I mean, in those times, initially, if we hadn't had any kind of intervention whatsoever, then those areas would have fallen under the control of the Soviet Union, so we wouldn't have had access to them anyways. Correct?
No.
Okay. I guess you can have that opinion. And what about places like Ukraine or like in the East Europe that have been?
Yeah, how do those billions of dollars that could have been spent on the American people, how does that benefit American society?
So I'm just gonna bring this up. So annually, I mean, this is a big number. It looks like a big number, but we have about 50 to 70 billion dollars that is sent to U.S. foreign support every year. That is a tiny number when you compare it to our the trade that we get from all these countries, right? We can't get oil from the Middle East if we have no presence there. There's too much conflict, and they have no interest otherwise in trading with us.
The conflict is the West and American interventionism. The conflict is America funding terrorist groups and then crying when they do terrorism.
We're going to go ahead and stop it there. 3 minutes is on the clock now for you, Hammer. You're ready.
Okay. So, the whole point of this debate is whether or not we should have any kind of intervention whatsoever. It is not about bringing up certain examples that may look bad because they were handled poorly. If you look at our track record, there are a lot of mistakes that we made in the Middle East. That does not mean that intervention as a subject should be completely dismantled, okay? If we were to stop all intervention, we would stop things like tariffs and sanctions, which I know that we have a bad history recently with tariffs, but again, it is an important tool that prevents other actors from doing such actions as China, which is using its laissez-faire copyright laws to hurt our economy. It's also we also need intervention to say, put presence in places with conflict, such as Israel, such as Asia, with places like Korea, Japan, Vietnam, that otherwise have no way of maintaining their own independence and continuing to be business partners with us. We, like I already said, we spend 50 to 70 billion dollars on trade deals or on foreign aid every year. That pales in comparison to what we get from oil from the Middle East. And no, they don't just not want to trade with us because they don't like Americans because of 9/11. China and Russia have always wanted to have a presence in the Middle East. That is also the case for many of these other countries. In Eastern Europe, Russia and the Soviet Union have always wanted to have a presence there. If we had no presence whatsoever, they would be able to run through without any conflict whatsoever. If we had no intervention to any of these conflicts, Nazi Germany would run through all these European countries. They took over France, and they would have taken over Britain. If we had no presence, then what is to keep France and Britain and all the other Western European countries safe from Russia, which we know now wants to take over all of Europe? And if they do that, then we have absolutely no way to maintain our alliances and our trade alliances. These alliances, you ask, how is it worth the billions of dollars? We need our trade alliances, okay? These bring in from the 50 to 70 billion annually. Compare that to the hundreds of billions of dollars that we need to maintain by keeping these alliances, which we would lose if we just completely ignored all other countries. It's just a policy that makes no sense, and ending intervention just does not work as a policy. And I end my statement.
All right. Good stuff. Gorps, who's going to cross-examine Hammer?
Owl.
Owl, you are up to the plate. It is 3 minutes on the clock for you to use as you see fit. This is for conversation and directed questioning. I'll start the clock when you start.
Okay, so you mentioned tariffs and sanctions being a good thing overall. Can you clarify or explain more about that?
Sure. So tariffs and sanctions are a necessary tool. Although, like I admitted in my opening, they're not always the best tool to be used. They are important because it places pressure on countries who are performing certain activities that we don't want to be encouraged. It's like a form of soft power.
Okay, so do you think that pushing back on somebody or increasing pressure on somebody is going to cause more pushback on them, though?
I'm over here like throwing
like they're going to
pointers
be
in the chat
more
while they're
unwilling
going.
to work with us.
They may decide to do that, and at that point, we would further our imposition of power. But usually, like a power such as America, they don't want to be in conflict with us to where we're placing sanctions and other things.
So so for having our people overseas, Vietnam was one of the things that you mentioned. We definitely had a very negative outcome in our intervention in Vietnam previously. So I'm wondering if like those sorts of things are the type of intervention that we definitely want to avoid. So any comment about that?
There's of course this question of practicality. So our problem in Vietnam is that we just didn't have the proper military techniques to handle that conflict in the way that we would have. But that being said, we still have a somewhat tenuous relationship with South. My point is, we still have a somewhat tenuous relationship with South Vietnam, right? That if we were just to completely abandon them, then we would lose access to that area.
Why do we not access to that area? What do you mean? What do you mean that we didn't have the right military tools? We had just fought World War II.
I know, but it's a completely different environment. Do you not know how?
I understand. I understand it's a completely different environment, but I mean, having the military tools is not the same thing as not being like prepared for the environment. The environment and the tools are kind of individual assets. Not having.
Tools and techniques are what we would have used to, like, if we were to deal with the issues with the environment and the techniques that they were using, then yeah, tools and techniques would have been what we would need, and we didn't have those.
We were aiding France, so France had the tools. So if France had the tools, would you think that they would share them with us?
I don't know that they did have the tools. I mean, if they weren't able to get any much better results than we did, or else history would have been different now.
All right.
I mean, it's not that. Well,
sorry, Al.
Sorry.
Nope. School time's up. It's now your time to open. So go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock. Whenever you're ready to start, the clock will start with you, Al.
Okay. I'm ready. Go ahead. The threat of or execution of United States interventionism is not a progressive strategy for the betterment of the government nor the people. Using our military influence to strong-arm countries that disagree with us into doing what we want only causes further pushback and involvement with ancillary countries that may further compromise or threaten operations. Even if our intentions are good, by implementing regime changes on countries with oppressive governments, there's a harrowing chance that the puppet government or the government that eventually becomes its replacement will be marginally better, or in most cases will retract to how it was previously before our intervention. We have modern examples of how our own government attempted to intervene in our own affairs and how harmful it was, citing the deployment of our National Guard to multiple American cities with the intent to assist in deportation. Our own people, Americans, were immensely and thoroughly against the idea that military forces were being used adversarially under the guise of deportation efforts. If our own people do not appreciate or want the federal government and military intervening in their affairs, it's unfounded to expect that other countries would simply lie down and allow us to control them when usual interests do not actually lie in their favor. It is selfish to meddle in the affairs of others with the express interest of gaining monetarily. It makes us no better than our own enemies. I'm a little short of that, but yeah.
Is that time?
Yep, I'm a little short, but that's okay.
Nope, no worries. Yeah, like I said, you don't have to use the whole 3. All right, not a problem. Tyler, who's going to cross-examine knowledge?
I'll take the case.
All right, sir. Step up to the plate. 3 minutes is on the clock. Get on it.
All right, first of all, nice to finally meet you in person. I also do IT networking and butt programming as well, so maybe we can click on a different level here. So I was going over your definition, and you said using military influence. Would you consider military influence to be pressure and weapons, as well as boots on the ground or something like that? Would those all fall under the same umbrella for you?
Yes.
So, in your prescription here, you're essentially saying, let's relate it to a microcosm for today's environment. You're saying we should withdraw all support for Ukraine, let Russia do whatever they want. We should take off our sanctions on their oil, let their economy build up, and let them take over whomever they'd like because it's none of our business?
Well, I mean, the sanctions have already come off.
No,
according to Trump.
No, they are highly sanctioned right now, and a lot of them are congressional sanctions that he didn't have the veto power to remove. Congress would have to remove them. So
I'm
asking,
incorrect about that. I was.
I'm asking, what's your support? What would you support? Do you support us withdrawing all funding from Ukraine and saying you guys handle it yourself because we're not interventionists anymore?
So I wouldn't say necessarily that giving money is intervening, only because we are allowing them to fight their own war.
Well,
so if we were intervening in any other way.
What weapons, security guarantees, two things that have also happened as well. So
yeah,
a security guarantee is saying if you strike X area, the U.S. military is going to get involved. We're using our military as coercion to tell Russia not to do X, Y, or Z thing. So are you against that?
So I definitely disagree with that part. I liked how we did it under Joe Biden when we were just giving them to tip the scales in their favor because they had an adversarial country that was beating down on them and attempting to take their territory. So since they were the one not the aggressors, it would make more sense for us to provide them the support they needed, even though they're not in NATO. But it makes more sense to.
And you like that, yes? You say? I'm sorry, I didn't want to cut you off. We only have such a limited amount of time. You like that. You're saying you like that form of interventionism, where it's a little more fair, balanced, and de-escalatory in the long run. But that'd still be interventionism.
No, it's not interventionalism. That's like if you ask me for it's like if you ask me for $20 and I give you $20, am I intervening in what you're doing, or am I just giving you $20?
In my spending habits, yeah. But when Ukraine is directly saying we're being invaded and we need weapons, money, and help to get this invader out of our country, give us weapons and money to help us, then we are directly involving ourselves in the conflict. Russia seems to think so. They're calling Ukraine our proxy state. So
yeah, so you use an important word there. You said involving, not intervening. So we're involving ourselves by giving them money that they asked for.
When you involve yourself in a sovereign nation's decisions, that's not intervention, isn't it? Isn't it?
Actually, we're going to go ahead and stop it there. Yep, 3 minutes is up. So, Tyler, that means it's now your turn to open. 3 minutes is on the clock. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
All right, I don't got a lot, so I'm going to talk a little slow because I like to information dump and people get overwhelmed. So, we're going to define interventionism. Interventionism is not sending your military in to blowing things up. Interventionism is any time a nation seeks to alter the desired policy of another nation through a form of coercion. This can be military, this can be economic. Sanctions are interventionism. If you say to somebody, you take X action, you put your political rivals in jail, Venezuela, we're going to sanction you. Sanctions are, you don't get to use our trade routes. We're not going to trade with you anymore. We're going to freeze your assets in our country. It's purely economic. There is no military involvement at all. And it is the most common use of interventionism by the United States for decades. That being said, this is a 200-year track record. When the United States used its moral principles to say all men are created equal and end slavery in the country, and the UK did the same thing, I think 15 years sooner, they then took that idea of morality and exported it. They told their trade partners, if you do not end slavery as a moral practice in your country, we're not going to trade with you anymore. That is economic coercion. That is intervention. Do X, or we're going to take away Y from you. That is the literal and most common use of interventionism textbook. We tend to think of it as just the wars we don't like because that makes the best arguments, but in reality, it's a very, very, very small percent. So we hear earlier that the U.S. is the cause of all this, despite the fact that the Middle East has been a powder keg for hundreds and hundreds of thousands of years. Long before the U.S. was incepted, we weren't involved in the Crusades, none of that. And to bolster this idea that U.S. is responsible for an area that's been in conflict for hundreds of years, long before the U.S. has even existed, we got half-truths and one dishonest thing, like the New York City terror attack was because of overseas involvement, when the people that threw it themselves were U.S. citizens that were attacking an anti-Muslim rally in New York City. That was their actual intent. It had nothing to do with geopolitics. So, at the end of the day, the best points being made here by several of my partners is trade is extremely beneficial to the United States. You cannot separate trade with U.S. hegemony. Trade relies on global confidence in the global markets. If you have piracy, bad actors, people violating trade deals, you cannot have free trade. It works against it. You need to have these things. What free trade does is strengthen innovation, brings down prices, better living situation for everybody around the world because we share all of our innovation and goods with each other. That completely dissipates if we don't have intervention. Now, if we were to let Vietnam go, if we let South Korea go, if we let Israel go, if we let all these trade partners go over the last 5 decades because it wasn't any of our business, these would not be our trade partners today. We'd be a sole little nation by ourselves, completely outpowered by the Communist Party that would have actually won the non-existent Cold War. So our intervention is what keeps the United States going, and it's significantly better for the United States. The only way you could say it's not beneficial is if you hate America and want this experiment to end.
All right. Corpse. Who's going to follow that up?
It's going to be my boy Razor.
Tyler? Razor, you're up. Cross-examine Tyler as you see fit, sir. As you know, clock starts when you do.
Hey, Razor.
Totally sorry. I was trying to gather up my notes. Okay, so when it comes with your definition of intervention, I want to get some clarification from you. Do you truly believe it to be? No, sorry, I apologize. I don't know why I said intervention. I want to know, what benefits are being caused by, is the American people currently seeing by all of the different, quote, interventions that we are doing with the different sanctions in, say, to Iran or Iraq or Russia? What are the benefits that the American people get?
Well, in this instance, let's say we don't know the exact goal. Oh, am I? Oh, we don't know the exact goals of the military. Sometimes because Trump's strategic ambiguity, and sometimes because he's a bloviating asshole that just says whatever the fuck gets him through the next 5 minutes. So I don't know the actual intent, so it's hard for me to tell you what the long-term implications are going to be. But we have a safer Middle East. If the #1 state sponsor of terror and this sole nation that's against the coalition of 9 other nations in that region. Mind you, Israel is now teamed up with Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and everyone under the Abraham Accords. They're all on the same side, fighting against Iran. Once that threat is out of the region, we are no longer needed to be involved in there. That's a long-term net good for us.
So, really quickly, sanctions that had happened to Iraq, one of our interventions, as you were saying, something that happened to Iraq killed approximately 500,000 children. If some other country did something to America that then caused 500,000 of our own children to die, how angry do you think you'd be?
I'd be very angry, unless it was something like a sanction that doesn't actually kill anybody. What a sanction is we're no longer going to let you use our trade routes, buy from our markets, sell in our markets, or have businesses in our country. That's all sanctions do.
Yes. There are cases with like in Iraq that it had to do with thanks to economic warfare because of us sanctioning Iraq, that those other children died of starvation and such. And there's an obvious case to be made. Do you believe that there's a case to be made that if it happened to us, we would probably be very terroristic towards them?
Absolutely not. We've had sanctions placed against us and we didn't turn into terrorists. But you have to look at the whole context of why these sanctions were put in place.
Your own children died from
these sanctions, we have to look at the context of why these sanctions were put in place, is that Iraq tried to invade Kuwait, another nation, tried to take them over, and was also using night gas on that, using war criminal level gas on their own citizens. So you're cool letting all those people die and let nations get taken over, but kids not being able to be fed because their nation fucked up?
It's part of our defensive thing, right? Kuwait's part of our defensive thing, right?
No, we just
NATO. Right?
Well, no, they're not part of NATO. They're not even close to.
NATO,
NATO is anti-Russia. They're in the Middle East. The most southernmost country in NATO is Turkey.
All right, and I'm going to jump in there. Tyler, thank you. Razor, 3 minutes is on the clock for your opening, sir. I'll start the clock whenever you're ready.
So I'm so not used to the time being lower than that. I apologize. Okay. Okay. Every gun that is made, every warship launched, every rocket fired signifies, in the final sense, a theft from those who are hungry, for those who hunger and are not fed, and those who are cold and are not clothed. This is just a snippet of the quote from Dwight D. Eisenhower about what war cost the American people. These interventionist wars are causing the American people to lose millions upon billions upon trillions of dollars lost to bombs, air jets, and fighter planes that a child cannot eat, that cannot cloak a mother and her family in warmth, and a job that cannot, and a loss of a job to feed that said family. I do not believe that going out and spending our money on all of these fruitless wars that in order to do regime change, in order to simply attack and take resources from other countries, that we could simply do some damn diplomacy and do trade deals in order to get it going. I do not consider trade deals to be intervention. I consider them to be literally just be talking. It wouldn't be an intervention on that. It wouldn't be intervening to simply make sure that our economic situations in America are better with each passing day. And spending billions on bombs instead of food and housing and education here does anything but benefit us. If you believe that intervening benefits America, please tell that to the homeless kid who's probably begging for food right now in the corner, because this country thinks that going to war is a better choice for our money than actually giving that kid something to goddamn eat.
I believe that there is only Castle left on your team to cross-examine. Is that correct, Tyler? All right, Castle, Mr. Blurry Man, you are up. 3 minutes is on the clock. Start your cross-examination when you're ready, sir.
Cool. So I would just say for you, Razor, do you believe that the U.S. economy is large enough where we can fund both war and feed our own people? Or do you think that we're actually spending more money on funding wars that we legitimately can't support American citizens?
We are the currently, we're losing it, but we are currently the largest among the largest economies in the world. We could possibly do both, but it's the overspending towards military that's making it impossible to then fund, say, universal health care, universal pre-K through 12, and child care, and feeding our poor and hungry children on the streets.
So Democrats actually, under Joe Biden, were looking to expand universal health care and sent that bill to Congress. It was Republicans who voted against that. So basically your argument is that one side of the political spectrum doesn't want to expand social programs. It doesn't mean that we don't have the money to do that or that war is preventing that. It's basically a political argument. Secondly, I would want to ask if you thought that ignoring wars or conflicts in and around the world, if Is that something that we shouldn't be defending and that won't cause long-term harm here in the U.S.? Do you think that, past wars like World War II was something that we shouldn't have got involved in and hasn't grown the economy?
I do not consider defense of allies as interventionism. It is our
cares?
allies getting into a skirmish, realizing that they might need a little bit of help, and going say, "Hey, you can you give us some extra weaponry or funds to make sure that this area is protected?" And then it becomes more of a trade deal, even more so. Because without us intervening, they get protected, and we get better deals with our allies, and possibly something better what's going on. But it is not. But I do not consider that interventionism. That is just allies being allies.
Wait, how can you not say that what we're doing with Ukraine isn't intervening in a local regional conflict with them?
We're giving them our leftover weaponry we weren't using. This majority of what's being sent there, all the numbers, dollars that you see being sent, at least on paper, is actually the amount of weaponry that we send over and letting them handle it themselves. We're just saying, hey, we have extra shit, take it. We're not intervening technically.
That's a great point, though. So we're not sending any troops over, and then we're sending old weapons for Ukraine to buy and pay our military folks here in the U.S. that they directly benefit from, make money from, and create jobs from.
Yeah, intervening. This is once again is just a case of allies helping allies, not without actually intervening.
But Ukraine isn't even in NATO. They're not an ally we actually have to help. They weren't even an ally before the war with Russia. We actually had a contentious relationship with them in the government.
That has been asking to join NATO's for a long while, and Russia just kept stopping them.
All right. Now I'm going to
Okay, so
jump
they're
in
not
there.
NATO.
Oh, yep. Castle, 3 minutes is
Okay.
on the clock
Yep.
now for you, sir. It's your opening. Let him have it.
Cool. So foreign interventionism is not about chasing perfection. It's about protecting American lives, preserving global stability, and maintaining leadership in a dangerous and interconnected world. The United States does not have the luxury of isolation. As a global superpower, what happens abroad does not stay abroad. Instability festers, threats grow, and eventually they reach our borders. Intervention is how we confront those early threats on our terms, rather than waiting for them to strike at home. And it's important to understand this because in many cases, my opponent will bring up that the United States did not create the instability. We stepped into situations that were already broken. Take Afghanistan. Long before the U.S. arrived, Afghanistan was already destabilized by decades of conflict, most notably by the Soviet Union invasion in 1979. And that war devastated the country, fractured its political system, and helped create conditions for extremist groups like Al-Qaeda to emerge. So by the time that the U.S. intervened after 9/11, Afghanistan was not a functioning state. It was a safe haven for terrorism. So when the United States acted, it wasn't starting a war, it was responding to one, and it dismantled Al-Qaeda's base of operations, removed the Taliban regime that harbored them, and for 20 years helped prevent another attack on the scale of 9/11 that whole time. That level of security didn't happen by chance. It was the direct result of American intervention. Intervention Americans. Considering Iraq, while controversial, it's important to remember that Hussein's regime was already a major source of instability. He invaded neighboring countries, used chemical weapons against his own people, and repeatedly defied international law. Removing that regime sent a clear message that the United States will not tolerate threats that endanger global security. And beyond the immediate outcomes, these interventions strengthened the United States itself. They advanced military strategy, improved intelligence coordination, and reinforced alliances like NATO, and ensured that America remains the most capable and prepared nation in the world. That directly benefits American society through stronger security, economic stability, and global influence. My opponent will focus on the costs, and those costs are real, but what he won't address is the cost of doing nothing. And without intervention, terrorist networks would not have continued operating freely. Rogue regimes would have grown more aggressively, and power vacuums would have been filled not by peace, but by adversaries like Russia, as they had done in the past, China, or other extremist groups. Foreign interventionism is not reckless, it's necessary, and it's the price of preventing larger conflicts, that foundation of American leadership, and a key reason the United States remains secure in an increasingly unstable world. And that's my intro.
All right. And if I'm not mistaken, that means that the only person left on the floor is you, right, Vigilante? So I believe that means you are up for cross-examination. 3 minutes is on the clock, sir. Get in there.
Oh.
All right. So how do acts of aggression creating more enemies protect American lives?
So sorry, you cut out on mine. Could you repeat that one more time?
How does doing acts of aggression that create more enemies protect American lives?
So we're talking about acts of aggression like terrorism, I presume. And again, like I said in my introduction, we had terrorists exist long before we ever intervened in places like Afghanistan. So this is something that I pointed out, that we have to look at these threats overseas and attack them firsthand before they look to attack us. I think that's something that we've seen already before, and it's why we prevented many terrorist attacks as large as 9/11 prevented them from happening again here at home.
So do you genuinely believe that if America didn't fund these terrorist groups and basically create them, that we still would have drawn their ire?
So in the case of Afghanistan, the Mujahideen were funded largely by Americans before they were even considered a terroristic threat. They turned into a terroristic threat long after we got involved and kicked Russia out of Afghanistan. So in my intro, again, I said that it's not like we're free from making mistakes, but our intention isn't to fund well-known terrorist groups that we believe are going to start attacking Americans. Our intentions are to fund freedom fighters who are looking for independence and sovereignty for their own people, to kick out horrible dictators, and then hopefully they can start running their own country. Sometimes that doesn't work, but I think our intentions are well, because we want to help the people. We don't look to start funding terrorists so they can start attacking Americans.
Yeah, I mean, the road to hell is definitely paved with good intentions, but you can.
Right.
How can you sit here and say that all of this is beneficial when it's obvious that every time we have
a six-man
we've done
group.
this, and every time we have interfered with these things and funded these so-called freedom fighters, they always end up coming back and becoming
Cleaner, I tried to
terrorist
get you on this guy's show.
Every
I sent
single
you the
time that we
prompts.
have
You were
done
just
this,
not
they are
engaging in the
always
internet at that
end up
point.
becoming
If you ever
terrorists
want to
that
let me know.
go against our interests and end up attacking us.
So I wouldn't say every time. I think that the only instance you can bring up is 9/11. I mean, we just took out Maduro in Venezuela. We just took out the Ayatollah in Iran. There have been zero terrorist activity from foreign terrorists from these countries happening in the U.S. And even before this happened, we haven't seen any domestic terrorist attacks from these countries since 9/11 at that scale. So it's hard to say that since that time, we've been causing more harm for the American people when we've actually been protecting them from future attacks like 9/11 ever since, because of our security overseas and the way we've been preventing it over there. We keep the land wars in the Middle East. We don't bring them to the U.S., and I think that's a good thing for our citizens.
And that's time. Vigilante, 3 minutes is on the clock for your opening, sir.
All right, so I'm just going to reiterate something that I think it was Rufus mentioned. The foreign interventionism is the military, economic, and political interference in other nations' affairs without direct defensive necessity. So, one of the big things here that we've talked about are bad actors. How do we determine who the bad actors are? How is it we're just arbitrarily going around and
that's arbitrary.
That did nothing to us. And toppling these governments doesn't cause stability; it prevents it. The Iranian Revolution, which was also mentioned, apparently wasn't caused by us, because I don't know how. We literally toppled their government, created a fucking dictatorship, and then it was also mentioned that the Strait of Hormuz is being shut down right now by Iran, supposedly because Iran's just being malicious before we intervened. But no, the reason the Strait of Hormuz has been shut down and our gas prices and energy prices are going up is literally because of the fact that we intervened. Iran did that as retaliation. And then, according to Panda, resources on foreign soils apparently belong to us? What? That's fucking absurd. We can sit here and pretend America doesn't cause more problems by intervening, but the reality is we can look at more recent examples than just the Middle East. China was and is a massive trade partner, but the recent wave of aggression from China, an otherwise peaceful country, was started by the aggression of the Trump administration. This obviously reapplies to the Middle East because all of the issues that we have in the Middle East were caused by U.S. aggression. And going all the way back to the Cold War, where we funded the Mujahideen, and who later became Al-Qaeda and a number of other terrorist groups. And then once we finally destroyed Al-Qaeda, they became ISIS. But apparently we should just endlessly kill and kidnap foreign leaders, costing hundreds of thousands of American lives until they institute a government that we like, and that this is somehow beneficial to America. It is an insane proposition that making people martyrs by committing terrorism against their country, only gaining us more enemies just because moral brownie points somehow benefit us when they don't. Interventionism can be a moral good, like when we intervened in World War II. However, moral good, more often than not, has a cost. Doing nothing is free, while doing the right thing often costs lives and a fuckload of money and is not always beneficial.
Landed it right on the button. Good job there, Vigilante. All right, well, that wraps it all the way back around to you, Lethe. It is your turn to cross-examine, sir. Go ahead and cross-examine Vigilante as you see fit. Clock starts when you start, sir.
Oh, muted.
And you are muted.
Hey, Vigi, how's it going?
I'm good, buddy. How are you?
So far, so good, especially with the things that you said. I'm very interested in knowing, is there not a history of violence in the Middle East regions before the U.S. even came into existence?
Yes, there was a history of violence in the Middle East, but none of that violence was directed towards the United States.
Because it didn't exist at the time. They could direct it anywhere they choose to, and it was directed at the people that they saw as enemies, correct?
Generally speaking, it was directed at their religious enemies, typically speaking, the Jews, and in some cases, Arab Christians.
Not the British?
The British who invaded them and literally caused their own problems in the Middle East, just like we have.
So that is the U.S.'s fault?
No, you just gave an example of how the British caused the same issues that the U.S. caused with the Middle East. How the British drew the ire of the Middle East because they acted aggressively towards the Middle East as well, causing the exact same problem we see today, where where they create their own problems, and so did we.
And so them invading all the way to Spain was something that was warranted on their end, creating more disenfranchisement, creating more animosity toward them?
I mean, considering that would have been caused by the Crusades, I would say that, yeah.
What?
I'm assuming you're talking back in the Middle Ages.
Somewhat. So you acknowledge that some interventionism can be good, correct?
It can be good, but that doesn't mean it's beneficial. See, there's a thing here where we're conflating what is good and what is beneficial. Something that is good is not always beneficial.
So would you say tamping down on extremist groups in the Middle East is not beneficial to the whole of the Western world?
I mean, the terrorist groups wouldn't be our problem if we didn't fuck with them in the first place. So
You're saying the terrorist groups that also went up against other extremists that they didn't agree with and were much smaller than the larger groups they were attacking, it's better to just let
the groups that only got as big as they are because we funded them and provided them weapons, and so did the most of Europe, and literally created the problem?
All right. That is 3 minutes off. Now, we are going to go. That completes our openings and our cross examinations. Great job, everybody. Enjoyed the hell out of that. I hope that the captains were watching closely because now we're going to get into the champion rounds. So once again, the way this is going to work, there's going to be 2 rounds of champion rounds with 5 minutes on the clock for each. And for those of you who are not participating, highly recommend you slide into those DMs and throw in your thoughts at your champions. But Captain 1 is going to be affirmative. You get to choose your captain first for the first round. The negative is going to choose their captain first for the second round. So, Tyler, who do you want to put into the ring for 5 minutes?
Oh, Castle was on fire. I'm going to put Castle in there.
All right, Castle. Then that means the Castle, Gorps, anybody but Vigilante or Razor, who would you like to go against Castle for the next 5 minutes?
I'm going to go.
Hey, that's awesome. So it's going to be Gorps and Castle sliding into the center for 5 minutes. This is, again, just an open cross conversation, so use it as you guys see fit. Again, please keep it clean, above the belt, but get into it. Time starts now.
So, Castle, do you recognize the fact that every time that America has been attacked by, for example, terrorists from the Middle East, it has been because we intervened in the first place?
Do I recognize? So when's the last time that happened?
I mean, the most high-profile example is 9/11, where it was exactly cited that U.S. intervention in the Middle East is what caused Osama bin Laden to plan and execute 9/11.
And you would also agree to the fact that we've been in Afghanistan, Iraq, arguably Syria, Libya, all 20 years later, and we have not been attacked by any of those countries since 9/11.
We've been attacked by terrorists within those countries.
In America?
I mean, we have, decently regularly small terrorist attacks in America, and also our American service members abroad are constantly attacked.
Which foreign nationals from any of those countries have attacked Americans?
It doesn't need to be a foreign national from that country for somebody to do it on behalf of that.
They all look alike.
So, like the attempted attack in New York City this month, right? It's not a foreign national, however, it was done on behalf of ISIS. It was done inspired by ISIS because of our actions within the Middle East.
Right,
It
so
is our
domestic
intervention
terrorism
that led
is-
to these things happening.
That's not true.
That would be domestic terrorism from somebody not from that country. So our involvement there, I mean, you could say that somebody could be.
You're right. American citizens who are radicalized by foreign terrorist organizations are domestic terrorists. Sure, if you want to characterize it that way, either way, it is a direct result of American intervention.
Okay,
These terrorist
so your
groups only
opinion is that
exist
if we-
and target America directly because of U.S. intervention.
Okay, and there are also domestic terrorists who believe that we should be a, white Christian nationalist country as well. I think that people with extremist beliefs will always be problems within this country. I don't think that just extends to people abroad. That extends to a lot of people at home, unfortunately, if you're on the right or even on the left. So I think
You're
if
right,
you
but
start
shouldn't
to
we
take-
minimalize how much we're having people that want to do terrorism to the U.S.? Shouldn't we try to minimize that? For example, by not radicalizing people through killing their babies? I'm sorry,
so
if
when
I had
you-
a child and
wait, wait,
America
wait,
came
don't
in
you-
and killed my child, I would probably get a little bit angry. I might do
Don't you
something.
agree that right-wing nationalism has caused more domestic terrorist attacks than any foreign wars that
That
we've
is
been
irrelevant. We're talking about
introduced in?
foreign intervention. We're talking about
Right. So if you're
benefiting American
concerned
society,
about,
there's no
but
benefit
if you're
here to American
but if you're
society.
concerned about terrorism here,
There's
we should
only
start with
harm.
the biggest cause of terrorism, which is domestic terrorism fueled by right.
No. You're right, but it's irrelevant to the topic.
You brought up terrorism.
Yeah, terrorism caused by American foreign intervention.
Right, and I'm saying that we haven't had a
domestic
single
terrorism
foreign
for other
intervention.
reasons is irrelevant to
We
this
haven't had a
topic.
single foreign terrorist attack our country since 9/11, and we've been involved in the Middle East ever since.
I'm pretty sure that's not true. I'm pretty sure it was like Santa Barbara or something. Like
It is
7 years
true. They
ago.
were American citizens.
7. Either way, if they're radicalized by these foreign terrorist organizations that we have caused through our intervention, they're radicalized by these foreign terrorist organizations to commit these attacks. Do you think that if somebody is an American citizen but says, I pledge myself to ISIS, and then goes and does a terrorist attack, do you think that that's an ISIS attack? Or is that just domestic terrorism?
Listen, I'm not saying that it's a good thing. I'm still saying that we should go after
No,
these people.
you're
but
not answering my
acting
question. You're not answering.
Yeah, I'm going to answer it. You're basically saying that if we have, 500 people who die from gun violence every year, we should go after the 3 people who are attacking folks with knives in the streets. And I'm saying there's a bigger problem with the 500 people.
I'm
we should
saying
be going
go after anybody, but you're not fucking arguing the prompt. Stay on the prompt, all right? The prompt is about foreign intervention. I don't care about random white nationalists when we're talking about foreign intervention. I'm talking about a direct cause of American foreign
I know, but you
intervention.
can't name any foreign intervention that happened in the country. You're saying, well, maybe something in Santa Barbara happened.
I can't name any foreign intervention that happened. How about invading Iraq? How about invading Afghanistan? How about currently bombing Iran? How about
and you
funding
can't
the
name a
genocide
single
in Palestine?
terrorist who have attacked
This is
the
all
US
foreign
from that.
intervention that leads
And
to
you haven't named
terrorism
a single person
against
who's attacked
Americans.
the US from that.
Bro, the foreign intervention is America attacking all of these countries. That is the foreign intervention that directly leads to American service members killed, American
Okay, you're talking about service
tankers
members
being
now.
bombed.
Okay,
These
so
are
now we're talking
Americans.
about
This is
service
American citizens. The fuck?
Okay.
Their U.S. embassies get attacked. That's American soil.
Okay, but you were talking about terrorist attacks at home. If you want to talk about the service members, I'm fine with addressing that point.
I did
too.
not say
But
terrorist
you-
attacks at home, by the way. And I have mentioned this multiple times throughout the course of when I've spoken on this panel.
You did. You did.
but you know
attacks
that we
on
have
American
service-
citizens are still terrorist attacks, and it's still a direct result of American intervention.
Okay, so
This
if
is
you
not
want to talk about
beneficial
actual,
to American society to have Americans being killed and wounded due to the blowback from our actions.
yes, and I'm sure you would say that it's not beneficial for Americans to die in World War II or the American Revolutionary War. Like, obviously, American civilians or American troops dying is bad, but that's the casualties of war that we have to deal with when we go overseas and are trying to,
We don't
help
have to go
countries.
overseas. We're not forced
Well,
to
how
go
are we-
overseas. We choose to, and that's the problem.
And I'm going to jump in.
Okay, so
Okay, nope, yep. I let y'all cook for a little longer, but 5 minutes is up. Great job from both of you. Now we're going to do our second round of that. Gorps, who are you going to put in for your champion?
Vigi.
Vigilante. And so that means, let's see, it cannot be Castle or Lethe. Who do you want to meet him in the middle, Tyler?
Oh, I want this one.
Tyler versus Vigilante. All right, putting that 5 minutes back on the clock, and get on in there, y'all.
Yeah, what's up, Vid? You're the only threat on your team.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So, I mean, Castle wanted to keep using the false dichotomy, bringing up the homegrown terrorists and shit, right? So, on the note of using false dichotomies, I do want to ask you a question. So, since we believe that it was since you believe that it was beneficial for America to have funded these groups that eventually became terrorists, do you think it was beneficial for Israel to fund Hamas?
In the time that it happened, I'm glad you asked me this. I have a 26-page Israel Pollard document. I know all about this. So what happened was the PA was actually the major threat. They had just gotten through the second Intifada, where tons of Jews were killed. It was hangings and things of all that nature. So the PA was the major threat. So they had this up-and-coming, not yet terrorist group, Hamas. They funded them to win the election so the PA wouldn't have control of both sections of Gaza in the Middle East, basically breaking their united front. So even if Hamas did turn terrorists after, both groups were weaker because they were split either way. So yes, it was beneficial for them short-term and long-term.
But Israel continued to fund Hamas up until very recently, up until 2018, when they were after they became the major threat in Gaza.
So a lot of that funding was humanitarian aid. They were also supplying 9% of the water from Israel was going into Gaza because they had dug up their own water pipes to turn them into rockets. They were also supplying food. There was also about 500,000 work visas being granted to Gazans specifically to come inside Israel and earn wages. So they were working with this government. They were trying to normalize peace. They were currently in a ceasefire when the attack on a bunch of civilians at a concert happened. So I noticed real quick that you were having a hard time in your opening statement distinguishing who the good guys were and who the bad guys were. So I just want to ask you a couple of questions. When a group of people steals tens of billions of dollars from another country, rigs its own elections, kills its political rivals, and then starts mowing down its citizens in the street, you're still having trouble distinguishing who's the good guy and the bad guy and think it's arbitrary?
It is arbitrary because we have plenty of allies that do similar things.
Okay, but you're saying that doesn't matter. What is one of our allies that has done what Venezuela, who I just gave you an example of, has done to their citizens that we didn't punish them for in recent history?
Israel. We'll just go right back to
Israel killed tens of thousands of its own people and rigged an election in its own country?
Yeah. Actually, yes. Yes, it fucking has.
Of its own people?
Yes, it has. So Palestine is technically under the jurisdiction of Israel. So every member of every Palestinian that they kill is killing their own people.
Yeah, okay, that would make sense if the Oslo Accords didn't exist.
No, if you want to talk about them also fucking sitting here rigging elections, let's see. How long has Benjamin Netanyahu been in power? After fucking even the one time that he fucking got out of power, that he proceeded to fucking dismantle the government and sabotage the government in order to get back into power. And you want to say Israel doesn't do the exact same fucking shit?
You're accusing Benjamin Netanyahu of election fraud? There's no proof of that at all. You are going past Trump. Hold on. You're going past Trump with his 2020 claims right now and going full making shit up the Jews are stealing elections. Benjamin Netanyahu has only been in power for 3 years because he lost an election against a coalition of 8 different parties. These parties varied in diversity from far right to far left. They were supposed to have a coalition where they split power. After the second one came into power, one of the far right parties refused to vote for the far left policy that they wanted to push, and the coalition fell apart. That's why Bibi got back into power. There was no nefarious election rigging. You just made that shit up. Rebuttal?
Okay. No, let's get back. We're way off the prompt. So, how does...
That's because you can't distinguish between the good guys and the bad guys. I'm going to ask you a question. How can you not distinguish? You said an ally that's killed tens of thousands of its own people, jailed its political rivals in its own country, and killed its people in the street, like Venezuela did over the last 20 years after stealing $100 billion from the United States. Name a country that's done that we haven't sanctioned.
Again, Israel.
Israel has not killed.
We continue to fund Israel.
When has Israel stolen $100 billion from the United States? This arbitrary thing is just blurring the lines.
We literally give them billions of dollars every year.
Giving somebody something is consent. You don't have consent when you steal something. Those aren't the same thing. I'm asking you when they've stolen, like Venezuela stole $100 billion in U.S. technology and funded into their fucking oil fields.
When did Venezuela steal that money?
Che Guevara. Was it Che Guevara? There's 2 of them. When the leader before Maduro took power, they nationalized the oil fields. Those were all owned by U.S. companies. Since then, it's been about 20 years, 30 years of lawsuits. They've only recuperated about $20 billion. They've won almost every lawsuit, recuperated about 10% of what they lost.
So do we not own the fields here in America that China is currently in possession of? Like, countries own their own resources and can determine what they do with them.
Go ahead and stop there for me. Great stuff. Great back and forth. I appreciate the hell out of that. But again, I say just like the last one, I let y'all go a little over. But we do want to keep this reasonable because we have a lot of people here and a lot of people being patient. So, with that said, we're going to go back through. As I said, we're not going to do any Q&A session. We're going to save our questions and such for the after party. I think, judges. I hope you guys are enjoying this as much as I am, and I hope it's going to be just as difficult for you guys to decide as I think it's going to be. With that said, we're going to go through our closing arguments now, but I want the judges to remember that we are going to be asking you to put forth someone to steel man at the end of the closings, and it cannot be any of the 2 people that just came from your team for the champion round. So you're going to have to choose a 3rd different champion. So With that said, we're going to go back through in the same order we start through, which means Lethe, if I'm not mistaken, you kicked this fucking party off, sir. I'm putting 3 minutes on the clock for you. Whenever you're ready to serve, use as much of that to close as you want. Put a cherry on it for us, boss.
So, as we've shown throughout this entire debate, most of these conflicts were pre-existing. Anytime that America got involved, it was a net benefit to all parties involved, aside from bad actors doing what bad actors do. We try to aid certain regions, like when they decided to take the aid in the water pipes that we put out in Palestine to attack an enemy that they felt was problematic for them. They could have accepted that help. They chose to use it as a weapon. That is not America's fault. We were doing something good for the global community. Holistically, when it comes down to America's intervention policies, globally, I would say up until recently, it has been a stabilizing force. And we have shown this time and time again, even in the instances in which, hey, we don't like that America backs Israel and they decide to attack us for this or other entities within the US, it is not due to American interventionism. It's due to hatred of another country that America is allied to. Most of the instances in which they have said, hey, these regions were stolen from, or we're looting from other entities, it has been the other way around. We have shown that they have ruined American prospects within their own countries, which were there to benefit them as well, have ruined trade, have destroyed alliances in doing these things. America has still been there to give a helping hand, restabilize the region, and do it all over again. So, for the most part, as we've seen in most of the arguments, some of them have been made up or hyperbolized. America has been an overall stabilizing force globally. And I yield my time.
All right. Rufus, 3 minutes on the clock for your closing, sir. Start it when you're ready. And you are muted.
So,
okay, you're good.
All right. So, the prompt says foreign interventionism is beneficial for American society, right? And I started this debate by pointing out that that's pretty hilariously ambiguous. Foreign interventionism could mean France helping us win independence, or it could mean what the affirmative was defending, America bombing countries that never attacked us. But here's what's not all that amusing. The consequences of that ambiguity aren't just grammatical, they are deadly. Because interventionism operates on the same vague, shifting logic as this prompt. We are, quote, spreading democracy, except we're backing dictators when convenient. We are fighting terrorism, except when we create the terrorists. We are protecting American interests, except we can't define what that means when we've already invaded. So let me tell you a little story about blowback. In '79, the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan. The CIA decided this was a great opportunity to give the Soviets their own Vietnam, so we armed the Mujahideen. We gave them weapons, training, and billions of dollars. We funded a guy named Osama bin Laden and his organization. We thought we were brilliant, using Afghan fighters to bleed the Soviets without risking American lives. The Soviets withdrew in '89. We won. We celebrated. Mission accomplished. Except the Mujahideen we armed didn't just go home and become accountants. They became the Taliban and Al-Qaeda, bin Laden's organization, and on September 11th, 2001, they used their expertise we gave them to fly planes into the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. 19 hijackers killed nearly 3,000 Americans, and those hijackers didn't hate us because of freedom. Bin Laden's 1996 speech, his declaration of war, explicitly citing American interventionism. Troops stationed in Saudi Arabia, the holiest site of England. Sanctions on Iraq that killed 500,000 children. Support for Israel's occupation of Palestinian territories. We intervened. We created enemies. Those enemies attacked us. So we responded by intervening war. The affirmative is defending aggression and uses of force against innocent people who have never attacked us. They're defending $8 trillion while accomplishing nothing. They're defending creation of terrorists that we then fight. They are defending the destruction of American liberty through the surveillance state while claiming to spread freedom. That's not beneficial to American society. That's catastrophic, self-perpetuating disaster that makes us poorer, less safe, and less free. You either learn from the blowback or you are doomed to repeat it.
All right. Let's see. We're over on energy. Energy, you got up to 3 minutes. Use as much as you need to. Close us out.
So the conclusion I would like to respond one thing to Gorps, if that's okay, which is basically he mentioned this idea that this is not a theoretical or a philosophical debate. It most certainly is. So this goes into your theory of how foreign relations work and your philosophy of ethics, right? What is the right thing to do? And in my view, what's right is also what's beneficial for us, because basically if we establish that we are the moral, good people who intervene on behalf of human rights, secularism, science, and other healthy values, we get the moral benefit of on top of the moral benefit, there's also the reputational benefit. So basically, as I was stating, basically what happens is the good stuff America does means long-term more people want to trade with us, more people want to be our allies, etc. I think that non-interventionism is literally going to it's a really silly and mistaken position, because basically it's getting rid of our reputational thing and it doesn't take into account that. Another thing I'll say is that it is not economically beneficial for us or for foreign countries to steal the contracts that we sign with their oil companies, because when you have a country that doesn't respect property rights or contract rights, that means that there's a moral hazard and people don't want to invest in that country because they're afraid of their investment getting confiscated by their government. I'll also add there are other problems with regards to the fact that if you want to minimize foreign terrorism, yes, there's some blowback when we attack, but ultimately foreign terrorism is reduced because of interventionism. And if we had not intervened in Iran, then they would still be funding Hamas and Hezbollah. Whereas our current, what I think is an attempted regime change by the Trump administration, will long-term get rid of this funding of Hamas and Hezbollah. So on every count, whether we're talking about reputation, which is good for trade and peace, whether we're talking about the benefit to American citizens in the form of having safety from foreign terrorist organizations being funded by totalitarian, authoritarian, theocratic, etc. type governments, whether we're talking about the benefit that we get from the having a more secure allyship, because people want to be friends with us, so it's not just a trade, it's also the allyship, and when we're dealing with the various benefits that we get from foreign intervention in the form of upholding long-term trade agreements, which is good for their countries. We also get that moral satisfaction that we can know that they don't have the moral risk, so it's a net win for everyone. It's a net win for us. It's a net win for them. And at the end of the day, I think that it's incredibly ignorant to be an isolationist in the modern day. And with that, with the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, I would like to say good night. Well, I'm not going, but I'm just saying I'm done with the thing.
Good stuff. Landed it right on the button. Okay. Gorps, 3 minutes is on the clock now for you, sir. Go ahead and close.
All right, so the opposition has failed to show an actual benefit to American society. The benefit of other countries is irrelevant, as the prompt dictates benefit to American society. Even if Iran slaughters their own protesters, that does not mean that intervening in that actually benefits American society. Our side has gone above and beyond our job just to refute them and proven the harms of American foreign intervention. The 500,000 dead Iraqi kids due to U.S. sanctions, not to mention the over 1 million total dead Iraqis due to American intervention, obviously is going to spark terrorism. Any normal person, if their parents are killed by a country, they will want to resist that. There's thousands already of dead Iranians. Since the war started, we have over 200 injured service members, 14 dead service members. Since the war in Iran started, there has been a synagogue attack by a foreign national directly due to the actions of the U.S. and Israel in this war. American embassies across the Middle East are being attacked by the everyday people of these countries. This is putting even more American lives at risk. The Iranian war is the perfect test case. Going back in history, we overthrew a democratically elected government to install the Shah, somebody who was never going to be able to keep power because he did not have the public support. This directly led to the revolution in which the IRGC and the Ayatollah took power. Now we're looking at doing the exact same thing. Doing the same thing again and expecting different results is the definition of stupidity. Instead, we now have to deal with the highest gas prices in years, and for decades, we will be dealing with homeless veterans that have PTSD from fucking Shahhead drones. Venezuela posed no threat to America, yet we went in and couped their government for no actual benefit to America. America has seen zero positive outcomes of doing that. And in response to Energy's point about reputational benefit, there is no reputational benefit. Our reputation and our track record of intervening in these countries is horrendous. We slaughter civilians just like Israel slaughters Palestinians. Obama bombed schools. Trump bombed schools. There's no reputational benefit to killing everyday civilians, to killing people's children. All it does is spark more people to hate America, and in turn, it sparks more people to want to hurt America. This is a very clear and obvious harm to American society, and there is no world in which this is outweighed by any maybe benefits that exist from doing these actions.
Once again, landed it on the button. You guys are killing tonight. Hammer, you're next at the plate, sir. Grab your bat. 3 minutes is on the clock for you. Start when you're ready.
First thing I'd like to just say is that I believe that Groofus' side has also wildly strayed away from the point of the topic. The war in the Middle East is something that has happened. It is one of the policies that has gone on in America in the last couple decades, okay? It is not the entirety of foreign international affairs. I will not justify every single action that we made in the Middle East, but that is a tiny microcosm of all the influence that we have across the world. We have a history of engaging in conflicts that have through today had a major benefit to it. It can't even be classified as a benefit. It is so major. We interfered during World War II when Nazi Germany was trying to take over all of Europe. If we hadn't done that at the time, then we would no longer have our strongest allies in Western Europe. We interfered during the Soviet Union during the Cold War. And if we hadn't done that, we wouldn't have some of our strongest allies that we currently have. If we go forward and say, hey, we are not doing any kind of foreign intervention, we are going to let things pass as they will, we will be in the same situation. We see this obviously with Russia and what they are doing in Ukraine. The moment we stop committing to engaging ourselves by protecting our allies, they will take over nation after nation. Gorbis wanted to bring up how we haven't mentioned the actual benefit. Okay, how about let me just look up the number. Oh man, I just posted this. I think it's in 2025, it was 5.59 trillion, consisting of 3.42 trillion in imports and 2.18 trillion in exports. That is our global trade economy. That would be completely impossible if we had no involvement in the entire world. If we couldn't defend any of our allies, then we cannot have any of these benefits. I get that we can bring up examples where this goes wrong, because sometimes we don't make the right choices, but that doesn't mean that we should just completely end the type of policy where we intervene in foreign affairs, especially since we have our citizens in those countries. I mean, you may not think that that's important because it doesn't increase our GDP as much, but because of our alliances, we are allowed to have our citizens move back and forth and have their citizens move back and forth to our country, and that makes us a more worldly people. It makes America what it is. It's like like what Tyler said. The only way you can disagree with his prompt is if you do not like America and what it stands for. No, man.
Good stuff. Also landed on the prompt. Owlish, you're up. 3 minutes is on the clock. Use as much as you need to close. I'll start the clock when you start to talk. You are muted, my friend.
Yeah, you're muted.
Sorry, my bad.
No, you're
We have
good.
we have seen multiple times where the United States intervention has been a negative outcome for both us and the countries involved. We have 1953 in Iran, 1979 in Iran, and I distinguish the dates because those were two different events that caused two different problems in which they basically reinstated the same government they had previously. We have Vietnam, Cuba, Venezuela, where all of the Vietnam intervention obviously ended in disaster, where we have people forever scarred by the chemical warfare that we did on them, that we didn't tell we were doing on them. Cuba and Venezuela having regime changes that backfired on us. This is Venezuela 2022, not current day Venezuela, which still we are not sure of the benefits or of that yet. We have all of these things have caused long-term instability and blowback from different countries. We see that a lot of countries, when we intervene, may not take the economic hit, but a lot of other countries do end up taking that economic hit, and we have no way we don't really care to help them once that economic hit hits. And I just also wanted to address that we caused the problem in Hormuz, so I don't know why any of our opponents are arguing that we should intervene. We caused the problem, so us intervening in a problem we caused doesn't really make sense to me. I think the best result would be to remove ourselves from the situation, which we should have never intervened in the first place because we had no economic means to do so. I also wanted to mention that during World War II, we only became involved in World War II once we were personally attacked. We literally saw people overseas dying. There was that whole Holocaust thing. We saw people overseas dying. We kind of just kept our hands up and we said, we're not going to get involved. But we only became involved when we were directly attacked. So interventionist ideology still didn't exist back then. And another thing I want to address is that defense is not necessarily offense. We can be defensive without being offensive. I think offensive action is never good. We should not just attack someone because we can. That's not something that is antithetical to the American belief system, and it's antithetical to freedom, not only to us, but to overall, and it sets a bad precedent for everyone, including our allies. I yield my 9 seconds back.
All right. Good stuff. Now we're looking at you, Tyler. Follow that up. 3 minutes is on the clock for your closing, sir.
All right, so claims about, we're going to go through all the claims that have been made and how those have ended up in the conversation. Claims about the double standard against our allies. Those fell apart when the example that Vidge chose to show me that a group of people were slaughtering their own people, rigging elections, and jailing their political rivals could not be found. Alish agreed with our side of the prompt 2 times just now in her closing, and during the questions that I asked her, she said she agrees with the intervention, just not as offensively as it's been done in the past. So welcome to the side. If we get the win, I hope you get some points. While it claims the U.S. is the cause. So the last one I just heard was that the U.S. is now the ones laying mines and firing into the Strait of Hormuz, or they're responsible for Iran doing it. We're not pushing the buttons. That is taking away the agency of the entire nation who is actually deciding to shoot into the Strait of Hormuz. You're saying we're the reason Iran's doing it. No, Iran is the reason Iran's doing it. It's time to hold everybody accountable, not just blame the U.S. for everything. We have all sorts of blaming the U.S. for everything. What we have was another example brought up of Iran. And we had Iran in the past, where the U.S. did go in and implement their own leader. Well, that coup was started organically in the country. All we did was back it. It was the people that were starting that coup, and he kind of just cherry picks where in history he wants to start, because prior to that, the USSR has been spending about 15 years in their government pushing them toward communism. They were in the middle of nationalizing their hospital system and nationalizing their oil fields when the US intervened because Russia was so deeply embedded into their government. These people were doing the intervention first. They were the first ones to go in there and do this. We were isolationists at the time. We didn't even want to get into the world wars. We were isolationists, minding our own business. Russia was going around trying to get everybody under their fingernail. We pushed back against it. That's what the Cold War was. So all these bad actors doing all these bad things, you're just not even bringing it up. You're not trying to justify it. You're just saying, history starts when the U.S. stepped in. It is the most U.S.-centric take I've ever heard. Even nationalists don't love the U.S. this much, or think about the U.S. this much. Now, the benefit that Gorp denied is being brought up, even though it's been brought up 10 times. He could say, I heard no benefit, it just means he's not paying attention. What we have is trade, imports, and exports outweigh the cost of us aiding our allies 5-1. The only way to keep a market stable enough for people to want to do that economic trade, which we saw cap out in consumer confidence in 2023, right before the war started when Gaza attacked Israel. Right before that happened, we had global confidence at a market high in 2023. This means the most people, countries, companies were willing to do global trade. This brings down the cost for the U.S. taxpayer. This brings down, it accelerates innovation. This makes our quality of living significantly higher. Everything about global trade is a net good, especially the fact that we earn significantly more money than we spend on aiding our allies. So if you complain about the money and say there's no good, Gorp, you're just not paying attention, because we make significantly more being interventionists than we would letting our allies die to evil people that Vidge can't even tell if they're evil when they're slaughtering their own.
All right. Razor, you're up. 3 minutes is on the clock for your closing, sir. Give us what you got. And you are muted, just so you know.
I'm taking a breath. I apologize.
No, take as long as you need.
He's got to recover from that fucking beastly closer. Oh, that's Hammer. He's
okay.
He's young. He's not
our
huge
opponents
on
have
this.
obviously
He's using a lot of my
shown
notes
that
and kind of going.
They
He's doing his best. He's doing a good job.
Believe
He's
that
doing very well.
That America can do no wrong whenever we cause our own issues, and using all of our money to help everyone else but ourselves. It seems while we do have more than enough money to possibly do both. Due to the amount of money that goes to defense contractors to go overseas to create more bombs, to do more damage and cause more strife in the Middle East or any other country that really we have no business dealing with at this point in time. We have American people struggling here to where any money that comes from our allies for what we are currently helping or are any of our current interventions currently helping America, as they are saying, is just going back into the pockets of the defense contractors, not into the pockets of the American people to help feed the hungry. I will say in the quote from Dwight D. Eisenhower, he stated that the cost of a modern bomber is a modern brick school in more than 30 cities. It is 50 miles of concrete pavement, and a single fighter plane can pay for 500,000 bushels of wheat. There's so much money that we are losing because we decide to intervene in wars or intervene in countries that we have no business going into. If you want to have these different respect or moral high grounds in order to have that
taxation is
that
based.
strength across
we
the
have
world.
Representation.
Soft power
taxation
is a lot
based.
better. It is not intervening. It is simply making a consensual deal with another country, and you're not intervening with their stuff. You are simply saying, I want to trade. I want to make sure that both of our citizens are taken care of. There's no need for all of this hard manpower, strength, peace through strength that never really leads to peace. Because as we have stated, the only thing that happens when we do peace through strength is we get more terrorist attacks or people that hate us because we bombed their kids.
All right. That sounded like a punctuation mark there at the end. Brother Castle, you are up for your closing, sir. 3 minutes is on the clock. We're all ears.
Cool. So I think just based on what my opponents had said to me this debate that they want you to believe foreign intervention is creating more danger than it prevents, that terrorism and the loss of American lives are the result of U.S. action abroad. But it ignores a critical truth that the threats we face did not begin with American intervention, and they existed long before we even intervened in places like Afghanistan or even Iraq, where terrorism existed before the U.S. intervention. And terrorism didn't start because of the U.S. Groups like Al Qaeda formed in already unstable regions. They fueled by decades of conflict, including events like the Soviet invasion, which I mentioned. And by the time this intervened, these groups were already organized, dangerous, and targeting Americans, as we saw on 9/11. So the real question is not whether intervention creates threats; it's whether it confronts them. And it does, because without intervention, those terrorist groups are left unchecked. They gain strength, expand their reach, and increase their ability to strike. Imagine if ISIS was gone unchecked in the Middle East and in Syria during the Syrian civil war. It would have gotten worse. That country could have even been taken over completely by ISIS without U.S. intervention, which would have caused even more chaos. So intervention disrupts, weakens them, and forces them on the defensive. Is why after 9/11 and sustained U.S. action abroad, we have not seen another attack on that scale for 2 decades. My opponents also point to the tragic loss of American troops, which is a real loss and matters. But those sacrifices aren't in vain either. They're made to prevent even greater loss of life at home, and that's the reality of national security. You have to confront danger abroad to reduce the likelihood of facing it here. And to suggest that intervention also creates terrorism oversimplifies the deeper issue that extremism thrives in power vacuums in failed states. And in regions without stability in the United States, if the United States withdraws completely, those conditions don't disappear and they worsen. And when they do, they grow even larger. So foreign intervention is not about creating conflict, it's about managing it before it reaches us. That's how we protect people at home and how it benefits people here in the US. So there are costs and there are difficult outcomes, but the alternative of inaction allows those threats to grow stronger, more organized, and more dangerous. Because it's between confronting danger early or paying a far higher price here later. And history shows us which one keeps Americans safer. And I'll end it there.
Right. And last but not least, Vigilante. You get to bring it home. Last word goes to you. 3 minutes is on the clock. Let's hear the closing, sir.
So, today we have witnessed a lot of bootlicking by a side that pretends they want to put America first, but instead, they want to put Americans to the grave first, pretending that these wars and coups benefit us while we now have $3.50 a gallon in gas prices in even the most cheap areas of the country. Food prices that are highest that they've ever been, and instead of focusing on taking care of the people here at home, we are prioritizing delivering death to foreign nationals that are manufactured enemies. We would rather topple democratically elected leaders all over the world and prop up fascist dictators while pretending the reason that we do this is to promote democracy around the world. You might believe that the discussion that me and Tyler had of who is being good is arbitrary and is irrelevant to the topic, but I promise you it's not. For the example of the Mujahideen that has been talked about here a lot, they were freedom fighters, but once they started fighting America to become free from America, they suddenly became terrorists. Who we consider good is arbitrary based off of who we determine is good for us to ally with. I don't think any of us here would consider an absolute monarchy to be a good thing, but somehow we consider the only absolute monarchy in the entire world, Saudi Arabia, to be good. This cannot be explained in any other way than that what is good is arbitrary. And this is important because we use the excuse that we are helping the good guys to stop the bad guys, as well. What we are really doing is creating puppets that we can control to ship American jobs overseas and hurt Americans even more. To be clear, this is not about it is not about should we do what is good. like they are pretending it is. It is about if doing things that in some cases are good, like regime change, like military intervention, is actually beneficial to American society. The fact is, the affirmative has not even remotely demonstrated that it is beneficial to society. Their entire argument stems on a straw man that it is beneficial because we are doing what is right. It stems on a whataboutism like Venezuela and stealing money from us by taking their own resources back. All they have done is try to appeal to our emotions, trying to push that it is patriotic position. The fact is, they have conflated trade with interventionism. They have conflated what is good with what is beneficial. They have simply not proven any actual benefits to the American people. We have clearly proven that this does not benefit the U.S. It only creates more problems.
And time. All right. So, everybody, I am going to remind you that it cannot be one of the champions who have already spoken, but Tyler and Gorps, go ahead and start thinking for a few seconds. I'm going to come back to you in a moment for who's going to do a 2-minute steel man. And what I'm asking for here is somebody who is going to give the best case presented by the opposition tonight, or even just your own best case, whichever, steel manning the prompt from the opposite side. I only need 2 minutes from each of those two interlocutors. But I'm also going to remind the audience, chat, and this goes across all of the chats, including over there in yours there, Tyler. I'm going to be putting a link into the chat for everybody. And you know what? Debaters, you're welcome to vote too. Everybody
Sorry,
go
Cleaner,
ahead and vote on it. It costs absolutely nothing. It's a free link.
I'm
It's just
coaching
going to
the
ask you
team.
whether you
It's
think that
hard
the
to read
AF
your shit,
on
too.
top made the
I'm
best
trying my
case,
best.
or the neg on the bottom made the best case. We go to the judges first. If the judges disagree, then it comes down to the audience vote. And with that said, Tyler, who is going to be your steel man for the night?
Hammer time.
Hammer is going to be your steel man. All right. And Gorps, just so that we can go ahead and go through it quick, who is going to be your steel man?
Mr. Cat Ears, Razor.
Hammer and Razor, really? Okay. Well, then, we're going to start with 2 minutes on the clock for you, Hammer. I would like for you to please give us your best case for foreign interventionism is not beneficial for American society. I'll start the clock when you start to talk. That's you. You are the one that was invoked by your captain.
Okay. I am understanding now the point of the steel. So I'm supposed to be arguing for the enemy team, right?
You got it. I want you to articulate the best arguments for the opposite side of your prompt.
Oh, so wait. We're not repeating their arguments. We're making our own.
No.
Oh, fuck, I misunderstood
You make up your own
this.
arguments. Yes, correct.
I misunderstood that too.
Nope, that's okay. 2 minute steel man of the opposition. If you want to use their arguments, you're welcome to. If you want to use your own arguments, you're welcome to. This is simply just to show that you at least understand the other side's position.
Can we call a timeout and get a 30-second team huddle?
Absolutely. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves if you need to while I'm doing that. And you guys, Gorp, same thing. If you guys want to talk a little bit behind the scenes in your DMs and such, I'm going to go back to my judges and I'm going to tell my two judges, you guys have been very, very quiet throughout this. You guys have been enjoying the show, I'm sure. And I'm sure that you guys have a whole shit ton of notes. So with that said, whenever I do go to you guys for the decisions, I'm going to ask for each of you to just give a couple of words of feedback to each of the debaters throughout all, and I know that's a lot. So, again, try to keep it succinct and moving, but just some sort of thoughts or feedback for each of them before you actually give your final total score points. And remember, everybody, it is going to be 10 points total that they can distribute across the two teams. So that said, 5-5, 6-4, whatever, whichever side wins, obviously, is going to go based on your vote, not the score, but the score is for the rankings in the AF, or in the after. There you go. That's what I was trying to say. So, that said, I can sit here and babble for a couple more minutes, and I'm going to. Thank you, everybody, by the way, in the chat and in the debates for participating tonight. Enjoyed the hell out of it. I am honored by each and every one of y'all's presence every single Saturday, and I hope that everybody's enjoying this as much as I am. We're going to keep doing this. Last thing that I'm going to say before I go back to hoping that they're ready to steal, man, is a reminder that next Saturday is going to be a little bit different too. This was our first time doing a 5v5. It was just to see what it would look like. I'm going to get some feedback when we first start the after party about how this went, the goods, the bads, the uglies. There were some parts of this that I liked, some parts of it that I didn't, but I'm not sure how often we're going to do 5v5s. Probably not very often. It was mostly just kind of an exhibition match, which brings me to the last thing I was going to say. Next Saturday is also going to be an exhibition. For anybody who wants to have a piece of me, I am putting myself up as tribute. I am standing in front of the firing squad. Anybody who would like to debate me next Saturday, I'm going to have two judges, hopefully the same two judges here, because frankly, they're kind of the most fair and imbalanced, or fair and impartial judges I have, as well as a guest moderator.
Pick me.
I'm going to ask you to give me the position that I hold on the prompt you propose. So in other words, send me a DM if you want to participate next Saturday.
Oh, God.
It's going to be a 1 minute open, 5 minute cross, and then 1 minute closes from each and every one of you. And we're going to try and do those rapid fire. I'm going to take anybody who wants to come. So that said, start thinking about the prompt, start thinking about my position, tell me what you want to go on, and yeah, I will not deny or turn down anything that is within
Legal
TOS.
age of consent
So if you
is
want me to-
slavery, and he's the affirmative.
Oh, yeah, if you want me to defend World War II, that shit ain't happening, but damn near otherwise, you're probably good. So, that said, are you now ready, Mr. Hammer, to steelman the opposition?
I think I'm about ready. Did you put the link for the straw poll in chat yet?
I have not yet. I'm waiting until after this.
Okay, fair enough. Okay.
So, 2 minutes will start when you start to talk.
Here's my argument for why intervention is a problem that the U.S. It is a problem that U.S. isn't engaging in it. Okay, because the opposition, they need to prove that the decisions that we make when we do intervention, that the actions of intervention themselves have a direct benefit to the American people, usually economically, but also to the livelihoods and to the mortality of Americans. They can't do that. If you look at all these examples of intervention, if you bring them up, let's look at what do we get from it? What are the financial outcomes of it? It's all negative. We're all losing money. What are in terms of livelihood? Well, we have soldiers with PTSD, and we have people losing their lives. It is almost exclusively negative. And then, well, fine, we can steelman it here by saying we're going to get some long-term benefit. Once we engage in these conflicts, we're going to have more allies. We're going to have more trade partners. But that doesn't seem to happen, does it? We've done this in the Middle East for decades now, and we haven't gotten any allies from it. We did that with the Cold War. How many allies did we get from that? We did that with North Korea. We didn't get any allies from North Korea. We didn't get an ally from North Korea. We got South Korea. We got one of the nations that we fought for. We got one of the nations that we fought for, and they are not a major ally for us. Most of our biggest allies are not ones that we've defended in any major conflict. We didn't get like. You know what? I made an argument that I can't even agree with myself on. I'm gonna end right there.
All right. No, it's okay. You understood the assignment. You were doing fine. Okay,
I
so
caught myself.
Now you were about to start arguing with yourself. I know, I heard it. All right, Razor, same thing's on the clock for you. 2 minutes. This time I want you to tell me why you think that it is beneficial, that foreign intervention is beneficial for American society. And I'm putting 2 minutes on the clock for you. Give us your best steelman.
Through showing the absolute might of the power that we possess, we put a fear into dictocratic leaders authoritarian leaders in multiple different bad countries, bad actor countries, and make them fear that if you mess with one, you mess with all. A true peace through strength, as it were. So it is beneficial. It is beneficial in the sense that we then have better trade partners who feel safer with us because they know that if they are working with us, they are working under the umbrella of America's military. And through, unfortunately, I think, and I believe that's the majority. That's the over and under of it.
That's it.
Nope, that's all right. You know what? The truth is, like I said, this was the first time we've ever tried this, and I think both of y'all did exactly what I was asking for. I think both of y'all nailed that
vomited in
better
my
than I
mouth.
could have expected. No, it's okay. I heard Hammer's eyes roll back into his head while he was speaking. So that said, both of y'all did exactly what I asked you to do, and I enjoyed the hell out of it. I appreciate it because to me, that is really important, right? That we can demonstrate that we at least understand the logic of the opponent. So with that said, we have gotten to the end times here, people. We are going to drop that link in chat. Like I said, everybody out there in the shared chat, click that link. Go ahead and go vote. It costs you nothing. And we're going to see who the judges think it was. I'm going to give you that link as well now, Tyler, so that you can put it into your chat as well as anybody else who's secretly streaming on YouTube and not telling me. It was a lot to listen to. Doomer, Chief, who wants to go first on this? I know, like I said, if you can, I want you to kind of go through each of them, just give them a couple of words, feedback, whatever, good, the bad, the ugly, and then render your judgment. So, you ready?
I'm still going over some notes here.
Vote for me.
Chief, do you feel like you're ready yet?
Yeah, I need to keep
intervention
mine
is
kind of quick and
beneficial.
pithy, yeah, because I kind of got a hard out anyway, so I don't mind just doing a quick rundown
Yeah,
of the
we're
part
voting
where we
yes.
say nice words about people first and then give a score.
Perfect. That's all I'm looking for, buddy. Let us have it.
I feel like Lethe was a strong foundation to get the team started. He does a great job of understanding both sides of the argument, and I think that's why that's a strong place to start. So yeah, great job just like getting the ball rolling there. Groofus, I think you're really smart and have direction. Take a moment to gather your thoughts and get your feet underneath you before you start moving in a direction. I feel like that'll be like helpful for you is just to, even though there's a clock ticking in front of you, almost like don't worry about that pressure so much. Just kind of, worry about like where you're going and like I said, get your feet underneath you. Energy. I think that was this his first time on one of your panels for the debates horseradish.
Dave, if you don't mind, second, I think.
Second?
Yeah, they were on one before.
So he's still like newer, but I feel like this is energy is like strongest performance. I felt like I feel like all the conversations Energy's having, on like peripheral channels and stuff like that is really doing like a great for, just getting him some practice in some of these more adversarial conversations. I felt like he was really well composed and handled himself well in this conversation, especially against Gorps, who could be a really difficult opponent. Gorps, I feel like you kind of went down a line. I feel like Gorps has great awareness, and when Gorps kind of went down a line of questioning, I feel like didn't go too well for Gorps. Gorps kind of like pulled out the hook and yanked himself off stage and kind of went another direction. So great job for having the awareness in that moment to kind of just like pivot, not in the negative way that people say pivot in a debate, but just heading a direction that's more beneficial for your argument. Hammer, I'm still getting to know Hammer, but I feel like Hammer also does a great job of understanding both sides of the argument, and is always able to really earnestly engage in these exchanges. And I feel like that really speaks to what we try to do here, and I feel like he's been a great addition lately. So great job, Hammer. Also, Alish. I feel like Alish fucking came out of the gate swinging. Like I don't really know Alish that well at all, and I felt like Alish had some really great prep, understood the assignment, had a fucking tough challenge with the cross-ex coming from Tyler, but absolutely held their own ground against Tyler, who, you know, being the kind of leading scoreholder in this kind of series for this first experimental type season. I just feel like you really did a great job, Alish, start to finish. So great job there, and welcome to the show. Tyler, fuck you. No, just kidding. Tyler, the advice that I gave you is the advice that I've probably given you the last 3 streams. Find some way to fucking get your mic closer to your mouth. Other than that, you know what you're doing out here. Razor, prep to understand and argue the opposite side. I feel like something that newer debaters or people kind of newer to the arena of debate have is maybe because you're so passionate, I feel like your passion could sometimes like cloud the ability to imagine the chess moves that your opponent might make. Like you know, you kind of had to throw up in your mouth giving the the attempting a steel man that I thought was honestly like kind of mid. But I feel like if you kind of prep in advance to argue the opposite side a little bit better, I feel like that's going to take you further in these conversations. And then, you won't be as caught like off guard is what it seems like when it ends up being like your turn sometimes. Vigi, I feel like I have some of the same critique for as Razor in that like your passion could have the ability to cut off your ability to like think a step ahead. One thing that I feel like Vigi is make great passionate arguments. The close Vigi gave I thought was fucking fantastic. There was that one point though where Vigi said that, we're deciding, what good is and who the bad actors are, and it's kind of arbitrary. And I feel like with all of these recent conversations about Christians arguing about an objective morality that I'm sure Vigilante doesn't agree with, then I think it'd be kind of interesting to kind of explore what the idea of that arbitrary nature of good is. And is there an objective good then, if that's what you're saying? I don't think you believe that. So just kind of, again, like the passion clouding the ability to step ahead. And then fucking Castle has been like on fire lately, on a hot streak. You saw him fucking shadow boxing in the background, ready to kick ass and take names. I think maybe the tape fell off a little bit. So get some stronger tape, Castle. Other than that, fucking keep up the good work. You're headed, on a great path. And I feel like you really do have your legs underneath you, and you're kind of like really stepped up your game lately. So great job to you. But overall, I found it tight, like really tight back and forth. There was some like really, I don't need to get into like each individual score, but there was like some really surprising results, specifically just to highlight like maybe one or two. Like I thought like Energy kind of eked out against Gorps's cross-X. That was really, really amazing to see. I had Alish toe-to-toe, defending against Tyler's cross-X. I thought that was amazing. And then, Castle doing a great job in his cross-X against Razor. But overall, I gave the final score of 6-4 to the F.
6-4 to the F. All right. Great feedback, sir. Absolutely loved it, and I agree with most, if not everything you just said. So once again, chat, I'm putting that straw poll link in there again, just in case Doomer completely disagrees with every word out of Let's Chief's mouth. It's going to come down to y'all's vote, so please make sure you click that and tell us who you thought did the best job. Not who you agreed with, but who you think made the best case, which team made the best case, and which team laid out the best rhetoric. Okay? Doomer, have you composed yourself, sir? Are you ready to lay it on us?
I think so. I wish I took better notes this time around. Went a little more vague with the amount of people, but yeah, I'll try and cover this quickly.
Do the best you can.
Yeah, so I'll just kind of start from top to bottom in Discord here. Tyler, I felt, was like the pragmatic and more like facts-based person on the team. Really represented the argument very well. Yeah, I just really liked the strategy there. Lethe, I felt opened super well, really covered the bases, and in his cross really kind of covered what the person kind of laid out and kind of rose the questions I was kind of raising in my own head there. Castle was shadowboxing, and I kind of got a little distracted, but outside of that was a fucking MVP in my head, kind of. Both him and Hammer kind of brought in like the reality checks kind of on some argumentation, I felt, and kind of more solidified how I'm voting, actually. So yeah, kudos to Castle and Hammer there. And yes, that should be a podcast of some kind. Energy, I thought, answered like everything that Groofus brought up in his questioning and everything. I'm giving Gorps, but really brought up pretty much everything that was kind of
red chair
questioned
Vidge,
there.
Vidge
and
can be good. He
I
was
thought
not tonight.
Also had an all-star second performance. Want to see more energy here for sure. Gorps and Vigi both kind of got the same notes from me, almost like literally identical on my notes here. Brought kind of the more emotional side of the argument, all the historical links, and like kind of like Tyler on that side, more of like the pragmatic kind of facts side. I really appreciate that. I felt the only downside in theirs was kind of a narrowing of the definition of like military intervention versus any kind of intervention. And outside of that, like I think they were damn near perfect, actually. Groofus, I thought everything was going to go different once Groofus opened up after Lethe. Like I thought him laying the definitions out first in the debate, I believe, and kind of making the arguments of how everything is fitting those definitions to their side, I felt was really strong. I felt he kind of won the race and getting everything defined there. For Razor, I kind of had the same thing with the note with Let's Chief with the Steelman. I just think it, especially with, like, I'm in the debates kind of more in the background most of the time, but just knowing every line of argumentation that they're going to make so you can kind of game down every conversation and discussion, and just knowing which turns it's going to take is going to help you out tremendously. But outside of that, you're doing really well. Owlishness, or Owl, whichever you want to go by. Really liked the first showing. If there was a good faith award, I'd give it to you for like some of the questioning that Tyler was giving you. You're just taking on the horns, and even though I think it kind of went semantic a little bit at some points, like kudos. I really liked the engagement there. I did see it a little more one-sided than Let's Chief. I gave it a 7-3 to the AF, just because I felt that the negative kind of narrowed the definition to more military type intervention versus any other types of intervention. And really that's the only thing. I think if the prompt was more narrowly defined, they would have taken it for sure. But outside of that, I just on the little prompt battle there, I think the AF kind of took it a little more just based on the prompt.
All right. Well, there you fucking have it, people. It sounds like regardless of the audience's vote, you guys, it doesn't actually matter, but I still want to see what you decided. At this point, the judges are in agreement that it went to the affirmative side. However, I do want to say that regardless of the score, regardless of the winner, everybody brought their fucking A game tonight. I was impressed by every single one of you guys. I agree with everything that the judges said, but I would also bring up the fact that I have watched many of y'all go from never having debated before to what you did tonight, and it's super fucking awesome. It makes me feel even more faith in what we're doing here and why we're doing it. So thank you guys for that. Let's go ahead and look over and see. For what it's worth, I'm going to get to my MVP in a second, but I do want to see where we're at. Drum roll, please. Ooh, it's closer than, but it's the same. 6-4. 6-4 to the AF. So it looks like it is a shutout. All three judges, the audience and our two present, all agree that this went to the affirmative. Now, I do want to be clear. This does not mean that they're right. It just means that they were better at saying
Yes, it does.
they're right. Now, the MVP thing. So once again, as you guys know, whenever we started out the season, I was letting the judges choose an MVP of the night, but then I decided, you know what, you guys are fucking deciding who wins, and I just sit here and listen. So I get to decide who gets the MVP. And I was torn. I had it down to 3 people, but I'm just going to say that both of the captains, you guys reminded me why you were the captains, why I chose you as the captains, why I'm pleased with you as the captains, and you reminded me of why having captains on these team debates is useful. However, and I was tempted to give both of you guys an MVP, but really, man, I gotta side with the judges. Castle, 2 weeks in a fucking row. I am giving you the goddamn MVP, bro. First of all, the shadow boxing, getting pumped up and psyched and ready. Dude, everything about what you did tonight was amazing. You stood up to the scrutiny. You brought a great opening. You brought a great closing. It was a thing to behold. So, for the second week in a row, Castle is going to bring home the MVP from the horseradish. Huzzah. So, all right.
Thank you. If I could say one thing about that, I can't believe that it happened at the worst time. I was talking to my fiance, and she's like, "You think people saw you?" And I was like, "No. I think it just fell off." And then I'm getting critiques about, "Yeah, we saw you shadowboxing." I'm like, "You got to be freaking kidding me! I can't."
No, dude, I'll go you one better. I even wrote in my notes, "Goddamn, Castle is swole." Like you don't look scary when you're just sitting there neck and shoulders. But dude, like I'm like, "Goddamn, I don't want to squab with that dude." So yeah, no, it made you look cooler, not worse. I promise.
All right, good. I'll take it. Thank you.
Anyways, I want to say once again, thank you to every single one of you guys. I hope you all enjoyed this as much as I did. I hope that you guys are all going to keep coming back starting April. I'm going to keep doing this regardless, although as many of y'all know, several of us are involved in another separate tournament. I'm going to do my best to avoid putting people who are involved against each other out for sake of that debate tournament and for these. But we're not doing a tournament here, like I said. It's more of a proving grounds. It's more of a place for all of us to practice and get better. So that said, I am hoping that there is going to be feedback about the 5v5s, but mostly just in general about things that we can do moving forward, how we can keep making this better. And the fact of the matter is, I'm going to look to you first, Owl. This was your first time. This was your first exposure to the DMZ, what we do here, who we are, et cetera, et cetera. And you don't have to I want you to be honest. What were your first impressions?
No, I actually liked it. It's a good experience. I have all sorts of debate experience coming from, multiple different formats, YouTube, Discord, TikTok, and then just randomly, people that I fight on the streets. Fist fight. I'm just kidding. No, I like it. It's a good, I like this format with the time thing, because it can get a little bit overwhelming when you have 10 people talking at once, everybody talking over you. So I do appreciate that a lot. It's good. I liked it.
Cheers.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. You're going to keep getting invites. You don't have to respond every time, but the way that this works, and if you know other people who are interested, especially now that you've seen that it is kind of a safer place to be able to get your thought outs and stuff, if you want to spread the word and have other people reach out to us, first of all, everybody out there in the chat, if you haven't already, please by all means jump into the Discord channel. I will give you guys it'll look like a hollow and empty channel when you first get there, but it's just because you got to read the rules and stuff, and I'll I'll give you your permissions in a few minutes whenever we're done tonight. But the way this is going to work is I send out a list of between 5 and 10 prompts after,
Cleaner,
like
if you
Sunday
wanna come
morning,
up,
usually
we're gonna do open panel.
after debates on Saturdays. And I ask everybody to just respond with a quick AF or a neg for each of the ones that you're particularly interested in or you're willing to debate. And if you're super passionate about it, throw an asterisk after it so I know that that's one that you want to. And I tend to prioritize people who, A, show up, B, are new, and C, have a passion for that prompt. So if I try to keep it as fair and interesting as I can, but yeah, I appreciate you, Castle, keeping the camera on for us, buddy, and yeah, everybody, if you want to turn off your cameras or whatever, that's perfectly fine. But yeah, so like I said, we do the 2-hour debates, and then it's usually about 2 hours, give or take. It went a little long tonight because we had the 10 people, but I mean, it is what it is. But then afterwards, like I said, we're about to open it up so that everybody can kind of have a conversation. Now, we try to still be respectful. We try to still be as leave as much space for people to not talk over each other. However, I mean, when you got a fucking herd of people who are all passionate about the subject, it tends to get a little sloppy. So, with that said, I'm going to go ahead and put that on the open party on. I'm going to run and go to the bathroom, get myself something to drink. Everybody here, y'all just kind of start discussing. When I get back, I'm going to go through and I'm going to kind of talk and ask some questions and kind of direct the conversation a little bit more. But for now, just kind of spurg or whatever you kids call it these days.
So,
cheers.
I have to say, I have
yep.
to say, the judges made me regret being nice on this debate. And not low blows.
There go the babies again.
Yeah, there go the babies, right?
I am curious, Corpse. Do you think that my performance in this debate is kind of a redemption arc for me?
No.
No, I don't think you're redeemable.
Actually, I didn't think I didn't think there was much redemption to be had with Energy, but actually, Energy, very recently you were on a panel with Confluence and Speakeasy, and I thought you were fucking doing a great job on that panel. You have a great,
Is that the one where they were
kind of base
singing?
knowledge of philosophy. No, it's not the one where there was some kind of anti-Jewish tropes happening and Hava Nagila got sung in response. I thought that was fucking brilliant. But other than that, I thought you did a great job navigating the conversation recently with Speakeasy and Confluence.
Yeah. I mean, I used to be very aggressive because, so I'm on the autism spectrum. I'm not gonna lie. I don't have great social skills, but I've tried to train myself to be more cognizant of how other people view me. So I've become more patient and calm, and yeah, I think Gorps just doesn't like me because I'm pro-Israel and because I'm a Jewish Zionist.
Hell yeah!
Yeah, that's probably true.
For the record, I don't like anybody who's a Zionist.
Israel!
Is it going to degrade into that? I mean, I'm sure since this is an
You told them to
interventionism
spurg.
panel. Yeah, I did. I was about to say, since this is an interventionism panel, and I told y'all to spurg, I'm sure it's going to get
Let's
sloppy.
spurg on anything except Israel-Palestine because Horseradish is going to piss and he doesn't want to lose his channel.
Listen. Trust me, you guys don't want these hands on the big I question, so let's just move on.
We can talk about theoretical physics if you guys want.
No, my God, no, Panda.
I'm gonna assume that he learned social skills and that was actually his first and greatest joke.
I want to ask about the debate. I want to the debate that just passed. The argument we were offering forth economically is that trade needs to be protected in order for it to happen on a world stage. That's why our interventionism and hegemony is necessary. And the fact that trade brings in 5 times what we spend on its accomplishing that, it's a net economic good. How would you guys address that if I just asked that directly?
I don't think that outweighs the negatives. That's kind of what I said in my closing. It was that there are benefits. I agree with you that there are some economic benefits, but I don't think it outweighs the negatives that come from it.
Yeah. Also,
I have a follow-up
part
question.
of what I said in my closing, where a lot of that trade and that stuff that we do overseas also results in us shipping American jobs overseas and fucks over Americans.
So I
Well,
have a
no.
follow-up
So,
question from
are you familiar?
Tyler.
Just real quick.
Hold
Are
on,
you familiar, Vigilante?
Why Panda
Hold on.
so much?
Like Hammer, you're really
Yeah.
quiet.
Yeah.
Hello,
Am
can
I
you hear
really
me?
quiet? I might
You're
turn
good
myself
energy.
down.
Hammer was quiet, but he was already
Yeah,
talking.
Hammer.
You kind of stepped on him, so let's get to Hammer, and then we'll
Yeah.
throw on back
Okay.
to energy.
My follow-up question is here. I'll just talk louder. So my follow-up question from Tyler to Gorps is: if we stopped intervention, what do you think the result would be? Like you said, the pros outweighs the con. What do you think the cons of ending intervention would be?
The cons of ending intervention could be China and Russia themselves intervening more, and us having, or the
I have a clarifying
global
question
South
for that.
largely
Actually,
having more
I have a
of an
clarifying
influence
question for
by
that
them.
real
I don't
quickly.
care. What?
When you, I have a clarifying question for that question. When you say just ending our interventions and stuff, like, does that mean full? Are you asking like full pull out for what we currently are, or just stopping outright and holding where we currently are?
No, I mean like pulling out of where we, because if you're against intervention, you would be against the current level of intervention we have. So pulling out of all forms of intervention that we are currently engaging in, and saying that we will no longer be doing any more intervention in the future.
Yeah,
so,
like
hold on, just bring us all
that-
together. I kind of, for definitional reasons, would you all agree that USAID is/was American interventionism? Would everyone say that
Yes,
is
and I
American?
actually don't think.
Yes.
Yes, and I
Only
don't think
ones that the countries were
USAID
allied
was a
with.
good thing, actually.
Go ahead. Actually, I'd
Same.
like to hear a little bit of that, and then after you get this out, let's throw it back to energy because he was waiting to get something out.
Wait, me?
Yeah, just to opine on that a little bit.
Yeah, so USAID, while it did do some good things, like the vaccines to like Africa and shit, it was also the main source of funding from the CIA, specifically to doing a lot of the regime change wars, where we would prop up fucking fascist dictators, so that way American companies could go in and steal people's resources, which is not a good thing.
No. Vigilantly, they're all the U.S.'s resources.
But no, I think
resources.
I think that's actually like part of it. Like I think I was trying to put it, trying to talk about that in, with my ending, is that all of this economic boon and stuff that we're talking about, that we get from these interventionist trades and stuff, and with all the different wars, none of that money right now, due to I like none of that money is actually helping people. It's unfortunate.
It just goes back in. It just goes back into the fucking military machine.
I was gonna add to Vidju's point just very quickly. USAID is how we funded Al Qaeda until last year in Syria. USAID was funneling money to Al Qaeda. So
yeah, on the so Les Chief, is it okay if I respond real quick to Vigilante?
It's all you. Go ahead.
Okay, so are you familiar with the concept of comparative advantage in macroeconomics?
Yes, to an extent.
Comparative advantage, just for other people who are not familiar with it in the chat or in the panel, is the idea that two people one person can be better at specializing than another person in two goods, but if there's one, it could be more cost effective for them to each specialize in their own good because it's more time effective for them to specialize in one good each. And comparative advantage means that free trade is necessarily economically a win-win.
No, see, I'm gonna actually respond to both Energy and Tyler with this, or not Tyler, Hammer, with this. So this is the part of my closing that I actually didn't get to because I didn't read fast enough. So I'm probably the only person on my side that actually supports these things, but also does not believe that they're necessarily beneficial. So this is the last paragraph of my closing that I did not get to. It is not beneficial for Americans to die. It is not beneficial for us to fund other countries or to ship jobs overseas. It is not beneficial for us to give billions of dollars to other countries. But that doesn't mean it's not the right thing to do. You can support intervening in specific situations like genocide because it is the right thing to do, while also acknowledging that it is not it is a cost, it is not a benefit.
Welcome in, boy band, by the way. Okay, so now that I'm back, first of all, Chief, I know you said you got a heart out, so I appreciate you babysitting for me while I was gone. Whenever you do need to go, I completely understand. And again, to anybody who needs to go, I'm going to go ahead and give you a quick goodbye now. I did shout all of you guys out in the chat. However, make sure that you guys do click or type something just so that everybody can follow you as well. It looks like Owl took off as well. So good night, Owl. Appreciate you. And yeah, again, anybody who needs to go, I appreciate the hell out of y'all. So there you go.
Follow me on
That's
Razor
right.
Strap G, Twitch.tv. Y'all have a good one. I gotta get going.
Appreciate you, Razor.
Right.
Great job tonight.
Thank you.
By the way, I know you've been because me and Lethe have talked about it a little bit. I know you've been wanting to see what it looks like when I don't prep and I just do the debate based off of what people say and shit. This was an example of that.
Are you saying
Because
you did not prep at all?
I did not prep at all. Everything that I wrote for my opening, my closing, my notes, all of that was based off of everything that was said here.
So to
Reddish.
that,
I'm sorry.
Hang on, Groupus. To that, my first thought here is that not a good idea in hindsight, considering how the judging went. But that said, I noticed you actively writing your closing during the debate, and I thought that was pretty funny. I was like, ooh, he's actually like molding his closing on the fly. Good on you. So so there were parts where I thought that was true. So
my opening I wrote while the other debates were going, while the other openings and crosses were going. My closing I finished while the other closings were going.
Yep,
I also,
like I said, I watched that happen.
Probably
yeah.
wrote a little bit too much.
Yeah.
Wrote a little bit too much considering I didn't get to that last paragraph.
But it still sounded great. Groofus, before I open it up to you, Groofus, I just want to say I actually wrote down, this is the first time your opening was worse than your cross. You did better on your feet tonight than you ever have, and your opening was the softest opening I've ever seen from you. However, I understood what you were trying to do with your opening, and it was almost as though you had difficulties sealing the deal, but your close was super fucking solid. So what were you gonna say, Groofus?
I did the exact opposite of Vigi, including my cross questions, closing, or not my closing, my two openings that I wrote, because I thought Tyler also might be going first. I had one for Tyler, one for Lethe. I have 31 pages of notes.
Nice. That explains it, because like I said, you were by far better on your feet than I've ever seen you before.
Yeah,
yeah, go ahead.
So I was just going to say, I didn't prepare a lot. So on my free time, I did prepare like a general thesis, but I didn't write any of it down. It was just mental memorization of some ideas. And I intentionally, I didn't want to participate with the group because I thought I would be doing good on my own. And it seems as though even though I didn't prepare very much, I prepared a little, but not much, I still did pretty well. So that is interesting.
No, sure, 100%. Well, and to that, I mentioned this to Gorps, and I will be shaking my finger at Gorps a couple of times here because Gorps kept telling me about how, oh, we're just keeping you out of our prep. You're just not seeing our prep, blah, 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 blah. Vigi's telling me there was no prep. Energy, or
I'm sorry, I didn't prep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well,
he didn't personally prep, but
he
we
didn't
had
participate.
You know,
okay, cool.
points that we were talking about.
Meanwhile, what I watched happen was over 400 fucking messages between the other team, the affirmative team's prep conversation. I got to watch and witness, and I told y'all several times, I really hope you are fucking prepared for what is coming at you guys, because the AF was, and it showed. I felt like they definitely brought it, but I also felt like you guys needed less prep because
your arguments were primarily emotional. This goes back to kind of what the judges were saying, right? Doomer and Chief were saying. Your arguments were primarily built off of the emotional appeal. And so as such, again, Gorps, Vigilante, Groofus, and Razor. I didn't. Well, no, Owlish actually seemed to bring more facts and more like evidence based, and I think Chief kind of mentioned that. Like the other four of y'all all kind of had more of like the appeal to emotion. This is wrong.
I was citing
'cause-
historical precedent.
Yeah, you did as well. Yes, you did set, but it was a historical precedent from an emotional appeal.
Don't act like you didn't do an emotional appeal,
Oh,
Gorps.
okay.
Dead and
I'm
injured
not saying I
soldiers.
didn't,
Dead
but
and
I'm
injured
saying I
soldiers. Do you
also-
think that's good for society?
Radish,
So,
are you
did,
allowing viewers in
Yeah,
Radish,
just
are you allowing
what-
viewers
what-
in case?
Hang on, like Griffiths. What Griffiths?
Are you allowing viewers in K's asking?
Yeah, you know what? Sure, why not? This is a
Full
crazy
spurg.
night, and as long as
Oh.
no spurging, I will nuke people very quickly if they spurg, but it's K, and I know he's not gonna. So yes,
And
of course.
Leafy, I got a
Yeah,
question.
so,
Are you firmly
to
on the
be-
affirmative side of this, or do you have a foot on kind of either side of the camp here?
Funny
I'm
you should ask
primarily
that.
on the affirmative side, but I do agree with the negative side to a strong degree, especially with the current administration and the actions they're taking. It's destroyed a great deal of soft power we have internationally. It has completely undercut even the partially negative intervention that we've done over decades. So I feel like this administration has set us back dramatically in the good that the intervention has done.
Okay.
Radish,
real
by the way.
quick.
Oh,
Can I
Go
just wanna say
ahead,
something?
Vigi. Go ahead, Vigi. What's your question,
Oh.
sir?
I was gonna say the reason why I didn't prep specifically is because the part of the approach was with me closing was me using this strategy to basically just tie everything together, both in my opening and in my closing. That's the whole reason why I didn't really prep, because I was tying everything together, which I did.
Yeah.
So
Okay. I was just going to say, to be fair to Gorps, he did bring historical precedent, but I think the reason that one of the reasons that the affirmative won was because the fact is, I think the interventionists tend to, just generally speaking, have a more a facts-based approach to understanding things, and I think the anti-interventionist things tend to rely on emotional appeals and stuff like that. So I mean that's, I think it's just a general political tendency, not unique.
Well,
to
I
us.
think I think that
think
there's
it's good to not murder
wait.
people.
Well, yes, but
Go ahead,
the
Gorps.
problem
Except those poor
the problem
babies.
with it. The problem with
Yeah,
it is,
yeah,
is
have a
that
point, maybe.
America has been very aggressive in our foreign intervention for over 100 years. So we don't know what the world would look like without American intervention being as aggressive as it is. So it's all speculation. There's no real fact that we can tie to, because we've been doing this for 100 years, and we've shaped the world like this.
and
Yeah,
the fact
more
is,
like China and Russia. Ni hao, tovarish.
I mean,
So
we-
it's illegal to be a member of the
we
Communist
can,
Party
we can
in
point
America.
to some things, right?
No, it's
Like
not.
there are things that we can point to, like
No, it's not.
literally every example, like every chance that they're given, Russia and China are aggressive and they try to take land, right? If we took away our military presence and said, "Oh, we're not going to do anything, no matter what you do," what are they going to do? Like, let's all be real. We know what they're going to do, right?
China's foreign
Why are we
intervention is
letting
more
them-
beneficial to the country that they're intervening in than America's ever has been. So
So real
I
quick-
think it's actually better for these countries to have China do it.
Gorps, let me jump in
I would
there because
agree.
we have two people. Hang on, Hammer. Hang on, everybody. We have
I
two
bet you
people who
would.
just jumped
I bet
in.
you would, Vigi. Sorry.
We just had two people jump in here, and I kind of want to get a couple of minutes out of them to see kind of what's on their mind. With I want them to contribute. Plus, before Kay, I'm gonna actually have you go second. Cleaner, are you Cleaner from
Yes.
the from Grid Stream? All right, welcome in.
Yeah.
Glad to see you here. If you could just give me a couple of words so I can make sure that you're not blowing us out audibly, and tell us what's on your mind. What'd you think? How much did you get to watch tonight?
A couple of words so I am not blowing you out audibly. Did that help?
Beautiful. It did.
Blow me out not audibly.
No, I've been in a lot of debate areas for a while now. even before the online stuff like really started blowing up over the past couple of years, you know. And I've been watching a lot of different areas in the debate world online, and where people have these Point Break type, you know, like in Dragon Ball Z, when he'd go to level up, like he'd jump up a power level, you know. Like we have these Point Breaks kind of in our debate world, right? Where people elevate and learn how to debate better, or learn to get to the root of the arguments, or whatever, right? And I see one of these things that's going on rampantly right now in our debate sphere, in our sphere, in all of the spheres actually right now, is that people will make arguments that take their personal feelings, their assertions during an argument, as if they're a given fact and an assumption in order to say something. And the problem with that is that there are exceptions, and we're arguing with a lot of the exceptions right now, and they see the whole world as them. And you have to get it, the thresholds, right? Because there's thresholds to everything, and people don't talk about that part to it. So they get into the assertion rather than having the conversation it is, which is much like what you guys have done tonight, right? There's been a lot of assertions, radical on one side, radical on another, calm on one side, calm on another. But they haven't been able to get to the point of understanding that this really is all about our thresholds within our society. All of it is going to be about that. We're pushing thresholds in different areas right now, trying to figure ourselves out with our new technologies and the things that we've got, our new luxuries, the land that we're living in, right? So we're trying to figure ourselves out to some degree still. We haven't quite leveled out and figured out our good equilibrium yet. And we may never, because we'll keep, you know, growing and advancing. We're humans. We can't help it. We're curious, right? So we're always going to have this that we're going to have to do. But what I was hearing tonight here, I wanted to just interject and say, look, I think this would help you guys all if you could pay attention, not even to yourself, because maybe you don't do this, but to your opponents even, you know, when they're making a personal assertion and it is an assumption within whatever argument they're stating. Like if I say the sky is purple, and because it's purple, we're going to say that people can't see it blue. I'm stating that the sky is purple and it's a fact. I'm not giving you the choice of being able to see it a different way, because you might be on a different part of the world looking at your sky and it's pitch black right now, or blue, or whatever, right? So I'm not taking into account any other threshold breaker that might exist that'd help us build that scenario, that hypothetical, that point of question.
For sure.
You get what I'm saying?
So I do. So I would actually real quick, I'll respond to it, and then we'll go over to Kay. But my thoughts on that are that one of the reasons that is happening, what I've absolutely seen, and I agree with what you're saying, and the best I can articulate is that there's a difference between an activist and a debater, but a lot of activists are trying to become debaters. And so they're trying to find ways to articulate in a more logic-based manner what it is that they feel to be right. And this is on both sides of any issue, in my experience and in my opinion. There's people who feel passionately about what they're arguing, and so that's kind of one of the reasons why we're doing what we're doing here, is helping people kind of learn how to stay passionate but also bring in the logic. And again, you have to listen to what the other person is saying when there's a timer on you. So that's kind of one of the reasons why we're doing this. I also want to say I'm super fucking glad that you came over here, because of you, sir, have the most respect from me in that community, and the fact of the matter is, I'm very, very glad to have your takes and your input in this space. So that said, I hope that you stick around. Do you debate as well, or do you just judge?
No, I do debate as well. I've actually done a lot of in-person debates over the past, since 98.
Okay.
1998.
If it is all right with
in-person
you-
debates all over.
Old.
They're
Yep.
very
That's when
different.
Razor was
Yeah.
born.
I am.
We're all old. Eat a dick, yeah. So if it's all right with you, Mr. Cleaner, I'm going to start sending the prompts to you as well. It's not an expectation
Sure.
for you to do it all the time, but if there's any of the prompts that stand out to you that you're like, ooh, I want that one, just give me an AF or a neg. I send out between 5 and 10 prompts every week. It's going to start back up in April because next week is me basically standing in front of a whole bunch of firing squad, whatever. Anyway, I'm debating next week, but other than that, it's going to go back to every week I send it out. Just respond to any that you're interested in, or if you're not available, that's cool. And if you get tired of my spam, just tell me so, and I'll leave you the fuck alone.
No, sure. That sounds great. I should have my new studio finished sometime in the first or second week of April, so that should be perfect timing. Yeah.
Perfect. I am super stoked to have you, sir. So, Kay, over to you, sir. What did you think of what you saw tonight? What are your thoughts? I saw you were streaming over there on Kick. What's on your mind, buddy?
I mean, I was watching on Kick.
Were you?
Yeah, Legate and I were watching there. You said
that's
streaming. I thought you meant watching.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe I did. Yeah, maybe I saw
I was
you
there
watching,
with
I guess.
Legate, Nair,
I saw
and
I saw
Bubble.
Oh, there you go. Okay, yeah. That's it.
Yeah. I didn't want to really talk too much about like the debate as is, but actually wanted to like get some I wanted to see like during this after panel like a more nuanced discussion, like he was talking about the is it good overall, is it bad overall, but a conversation of where should we be at right now in the current administration and where should we be at next administration, because there's going to be some level of foreign intervention, and I'm sure everybody here can agree that not all intervention is bad, just it could be like risky and such. So I would like to see like the debaters actually talk about what that should look like going forward for America right now.
As a matter of fact, I noticed the same thing. Both sides had plenty of people acknowledge that some interventionism is good and some interventionism is bad. So yeah, the prompt was a little bit loose on purpose, and I was asked by both sides at one point, or people from both sides, like what I was looking for in the prompt. It wasn't my prompt originally, and it was sort of birthed off of last week, one of the prompts from last week. But the fact that we had the spread that we did, I was like, you know what? I'm going to leave it and let them sort it out. With 5 people on each team, we'll figure out what the fuck they think. But you're right. We didn't really get into the specifics of which types of interventionism is good and which interventionism is bad.
So,
Yeah, no, that's not an easy sentence.
Radish, is it okay if I answer Anarchy's question real quick? Because I actually want to give my position on this.
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
Is,
Get after it, Energy.
I think that there are some interventions that were bad, like the Iraq, like staying in Iraq, staying in Afghanistan. I think going into Afghanistan to take out Osama bin Laden was good, but staying there was bad. But I think the current overthrowing of the Iran is such an obvious American W because of Iran's funding of Hamas and Hezbollah that if you are against it, I think you have to be ignorant to some extent. I don't think you have a real understanding of the situation if you are against it.
Okay, so hold on, Energy. Instead of using specific examples like that, I would rather specific criteria. So, what circumstances do you think justifies American interventionism?
And this is the problem: is that I'm a pragmatist, so I don't really like rigid principles. I tend to like flexible governance.
I can give you a rigid principle. It's no military intervention unless we are attacked.
Okay, but that's my general political philosophy is more pragmatist. Like I think what works. Does that make sense, Radish?
We already acknowledged together that military intervention isn't the only intervention.
Radish, that's a problem.
Just in general, but I guess this is more of a meta point, Les Chief, is that I think Radish, I'm sorry if this isn't answering your question. I don't think I can give you specific criteria. It's more like a we'll know it when we see it type of thing. Does that make sense?
Kind of like pornography.
Yeah. Does that make sense to you?
Hey, Radish.
It makes sense to me.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. Grufus, what were you going to say, sir?
That could be a debate, me and Panda versus on pragmatism.
So I'm going to ask on Energy's behalf, please try and call Energy. I know it's difficult because a lot of us have known this person for a long time, and we've known them under several different names. Do your best because, again, and this isn't like some like weird like dead naming thing, but it's just a matter that, especially when somebody is trying to reinvent or reintroduce themselves after having done some self-reflecting, as Energy already said they did, the more that we can help that happen, the less likely a person is to go back to the things that they used to do.
We're harnessing the good energy, blocking the bad.
Exactly.
Harness good,
That's it.
block
Harness,
bad.
block. Yes, you got it. That's right.
You guys need your crystals?
If you,
they're in my prison pocket right now, sir.
Just to respond to Groofus, I would be maybe willing to debate that, but I would have to do a lot of prep for that. Probably not anytime soon because I don't plan on debating for a little bit, but I do plan in debating in April. Just I don't know exactly. I'll see what Radish sends.
I'll send you the prompts whenever you're ready. Just let me know. And yeah, I will also agree that you did sort of level up a little bit tonight. So you definitely impressed me. So I was worried you weren't even going to show up, and goddamn did you. So we just need to work on getting you a better like camera and microphone. That'll be your next level up. So.
I'm sorry. It's just I got a new phone and I'm currently using headphones, so it's the best I got.
It's all right. It's better than it has been. It could be better, and we're waiting for that to happen. So. Okay, so real quick, because obviously I want to go through and I'm going to ask everybody this sort of question because I want to hear everybody's take. Just a minute or two, if you don't mind going, like, don't go too far over. Tyler, what are circumstances of good interventionism and what are circumstances of bad interventionism on behalf of the United States? Try to avoid the memes. Like, I want your honest take.
I think it has more to do with intent. Things can go wrong. It doesn't necessarily mean that it was a bad version because, like, let's say Iraq. The original plan there was to instate a leader, and that just crumbled. It all fell apart. Their intent wasn't to go in and do a 20-year nation-building thing. So I think it has more to do with the intent of it, and I think generally the U.S. is well-intentioned.
Okay. Lethe, what do you think are good examples of American interventionism, and what do you think are some bad examples of American interventionism?
So the bad examples of interventionism usually come down to when we're upholding bad actors, like what happened with Haiti and France. When Haiti overthrew France and kicked them out, and we came in to reinforce what France was doing in Haiti, that was piss poor interventionism. I think what happened in Cuba was some misguided interventionism, but I think a lot of what we do tends to be like 70-30 good when it comes down to how we intervene. So like what we did in, World War II, obviously, even though you could say we were sparked to do so, we went above and beyond. And even started taking in refugees. And I think that's something that really wasn't covered in the process. Even if we, screw up along the way and destabilize a region, we're willing, until recently, to take in those refugees and give them better advantages.
So funny you mentioned the World War II thing. I thought it was super awesome, and it kind of sucks because I was going to do a shout out to Al for this particular response. But pointing out the fact that even in World War II, America didn't intervene until we were provoked directly, until we were brought in, we were attacked. I thought that was actually a really good point to bring up. If it's reactionary, is it still intervention?
Well, what is intervention to you then? Because they were sending aid to the Allies and were doing so to underhand the Nazi regime. So you can clearly say that they were involved.
Fair enough.
Prior.
So we were intervening financially.
We also started to starve oil from Japan. Hence why the Pearl Harbor attack. Japan had a 90% reliance on foreign oil exports, and we decided to starve them of that oil in order to cripple their economy and prevent them from having any access to Asia, since we wanted to push in it at the time. So these are two actually acts of foreign intervention that got us into World War II.
So another thing that I thought was interesting that got overlooked was somebody said something about where I think it was you, Hammer, and I'm about to kick it to you. I think it was in your cross-examination, one way or the other. I don't remember if it was you asked or you who got asked, but somebody said something about the fact that the military armaments and equipment used in World War II was not beneficial to the war in Vietnam. But I got to think that overlooks the Pacific Front of World War II and what the Marines were up against on that side. A lot of people forget we weren't just fighting in Europe; we were also fighting in the Pacific. And I would say that what was happening in the Pacific was directly preparing us for what we ended up doing in Vietnam. But that said, Hammer, what do you think are good justifications for interventionism, and what are bad examples of interventionism?
I think that good examples of interventionism. I think that when there's I think the most unambiguously good examples are when a nation is basically asking us to come help them. Then when we do, it just does so much for us. It establishes a new ally. It deprives an enemy state from gaining power, and it also raises our status, right? It raises our status as like kind of a world authority, and there's so much good we can get from that. A bad example would be the first ones that come to my mind, like the most unambiguously bad ones, are when the U.S. embarrasses itself because it's so war hawkish that it wants to start a conflict that there's no justification for. So I'm thinking of like Bay of Pigs, huge embarrassment, and another one is the USS Maine. I heard that a while ago, where we blew up our own ship to create
flag.
like a false flag. Yeah, there's a
The
word that
Ukraine and Russia war.
I don't know what I don't know what this guy is talking about.
The Ukraine-Russia war, he said.
The Ukraine-Russia war. The
No,
U.S.
no,
had
no,
a
no.
huge hand in causing that.
The USS Maine is in 1898, and it gave us a pretense to join into the conflict of the Spanish Revolution. But we were obviously immediately found out, and it's just huge egg on our
Cleaner,
faces.
I'll go through that Victoria Newland phone call with you sometime and show you why this is greatly overstated.
Yeah, let's at least
Okay,
answer the
good.
question. Get everyone to answer the question before
Yeah.
we all get fucking rabbit hole and fucking
100%.
have to
And
relearn some history real quick.
Funny enough, Chief, I know you were a judge tonight, but I'd actually like to hear from you as well, because I'm not sure where you stand on American interventionism. What do you think are some examples, sir, of good and bad American interventionism? Or what do you think
instead
are
of
good,
examples, I'm
acceptable
just going to give
justifications?
general guidelines.
Yeah, that's what I'd
basically.
rather.
So
That's
good
what I
would be just something that helps a population thrive. Thriving people is a good partner and customer, basically, on the world stage. And bad would be solely political projects, because the U.S. is not politically static and unmoving, like intervention to remove and interfere with sovereignty type shit.
Checks out. Sounds good. Gorps, good examples, bad examples.
I think a lot
Preferably
of what
motivations,
USAID,
but
I think a lot of what USAID did was good. I think things like the vaccination programs, things like trying to make sure that people have access to food and all of this, basically just allowing a population in a shitty country to live. I think that those are good U.S. interventions. I think that bad U.S. interventions are anything that our military does when we are not attacked first. I don't think that we should have 750 foreign bases. I think we should have a grand total of about 0 foreign bases. So, basically everything our military does, I don't like.
What if we're invited
Vigilante.
to put a base down somewhere?
What?
What if we're invited to put a base down?
I think that we can work with that country, like if they have a military, right? Maybe we can store a couple planes at their base, but I don't think that we should be establishing a presence.
So an American presence on foreign bases instead of American bases on foreign land. Got it.
Yeah.
Vigilante, what do you think are justifications for and against interventionism?
So military interventionism, my opinion's almost as strict as Gorp's. I basically generally speaking, don't think we should militarily intervene unless we are attacked. The only exception I would say is acts of ethnic cleansing or genocide. As far as like financial intervention and stuff, I would say, and like weapon support, I would say like Ukraine's a good example, where they were attacked by a country and the intervention is purely to help them defend themselves. To try to carefully word this as much as I can, I think a bad example of an intervention would be Israel. I don't necessarily think that we should be helping Israel because of the criteria that I laid out on military intervention. I don't think we should be supporting
We're not
people
purely helping
who are.
Ukraine defend themselves.
Well, I mean, we're not anymore. We were.
No, we were helping with their offense too.
Well, that obviously. But offense is the best defense.
Okay, Rufus, as the most isolationist, I think, in the room, what do you think are
No
acceptable
interventionism
ever under any circumstances? There's no such
Nope.
thing as a good type of American intervention.
Nope.
So when they
We can defend ourselves, but no.
What about
we can trade? We can do interventions, or bleh. We can trade. We can defend allies. We can defend ourselves, but no. But unless we have a treaty with them, no intervention.
That still would be an intervention if we have
Yeah, but
treaties.
that would
Also, what
still-
about
yeah, that
like
would
when we
still
have
be
vaccines? What if we gave vaccines to like, oh, and we do this to like a nation that's having a current outbreak of something that could go like worldwide? I mean, this has happened multiple times in Africa.
But the thing is, he gave you a threshold, though. He at least gave you his threshold, though, for where he thought it would be acceptable, right?
Yeah.
I mean, at least that you got the threshold, so you understand what his extreme side would be.
Yeah,
in his
fair.
viewpoint.
All right, yeah. So moving on to you, Energy. What do you think are acceptable and/or unacceptable forms of American interventionism?
So some examples that I would consider acceptable would be going into Afghanistan to take out Osama bin Laden. I would be fine with some sort of retaliation against the Chinese government for the IP violations against American companies, supporting Ukraine and Israel against against Hamas and Hezbollah who are fighting Israel, and against Russia, which is invading Ukraine. Are examples of justified intervention. I would say that unjustified intervention would be staying in Afghanistan, the Iraq War, and some other things. Some of the stuff USAID did, I think, were unjustified. Like I heard they were funding Al Qaeda from corpse. Like I've heard they funded like jihadist Sesame Street, which was bad. But so I'm against USAID, and I'm glad Trump abolished it. I'm against the intervention done by some of the tariffs we've done on like European goods and services. I think that with our allies we should have free trade. And so yeah, those are some things that I would consider good and bad interventions.
Okay. Mr. Cleaner, when do you think it's justified? When do you think it's not justified?
See, I think that is a fluctuating area. I think I have a very unique viewpoint on this one specifically. I'm a lethal person to have within 6 feet of me. I can do a lot of damage to a lot of people. Therefore, I have the responsibility of using that only when it is absolutely necessary. Right? That's what I did for my country. That's what I do just by surviving in the civilian world. I have responsibility because I have more strength. The same way I would do this here, I see America doing this for the world. We are the strong force, whether what we're doing is necessarily good for another country or just helping us more so that we can get bigger as the big brother. We're going to keep doing that and getting stronger and doing more that we think is good for the world. This is kind of, it's twofold, right? Like it hurts us because we have to do this, and that means necessarily we will have guys like me that have to live with the horrors and the traumas of the things we did for our country, right? And then you have the guys that don't have to deal with that, most people, right? And that's why we do that, is so you don't have to. And that's how our country is built. That's why it's so great, right? We're always going to be that. We're always going to be the big brother. Because we're stronger, and we should.
Twice the murder.
Okay, what do you think are justified circumstances for interventionism, and what do you think are unjustified circumstances for interventionism?
So I think most non-combative interventions are pretty fine. Anything like USAID was doing, minus some like very cherry-picked examples, such as that like trying to teach like, I don't know, like gender studies to like Afghanis. It's like, okay, you're not going to. It's not okay. Just stop. But like yeah, anything with the vaccines, medicine, infrastructure, building up basically a nation is fine. When it comes to anything that requires like retaliation, war, I think we need to be careful. I think Ukraine could be almost the golden standard of this. I think that sending over reserve like military munitions is a lot better than what we have done in the past. I think that boots in the ground should be the last step, and that it's generally fine if we want to offer up lines of credit, resource deals, giving used armaments, and things like that that allow us to aid an ally, but not put ourselves as the direct target that might get like blowback. I think this is generally fine.
And boy band, you actually haven't spoken yet. I think you're just here to listen, but just in case you do have a mic, do you want to weigh in as well? What do you think are justified and unjustified examples of American interventionism? You are muted in case you don't know it. I will take that as I don't have an opinion. That's all right.
All right, I'm going to take that opportunity to probably bow out for the night. So,
all right. Cheers,
It's been fun,
Hammer.
everybody.
Cheers, Hammer.
Absolutely. Absolute blast as always. Love having you here, and keep coming back, please. What were you going to say?
You want to wrap the stuffed animal in plastic so that your tears don't ruin the stuffed animal. Just for the record.
Bro.
Well,
I don't know
also,
what you're
real
talking
quick.
about. I'll just use your
And-
mom.
And then in duct tape. Don't forget the duct tape, because otherwise it's going to blow up. In the
Oh, I'll use
process.
that for sure. She likes that. All right, have a good night, everybody.
Have a great night, buddy. Appreciate you.
Good night.
Yeah,
Also,
I didn't want to change the
That
nice
is-
neat
that's the
panels,
thing.
the 3 rows of 4. So I'm gonna peace out too.
All
Love
right,
you all.
Chief.
Have a good one. Talk to y'all
Absolutely.
later.
Have a
Yeah,
great one.
we're at-
Thank you as always. Great job tonight. sir.
Reddish.
Yes,
Radish,
sir.
just real
Also,
quick,
any of you guys that are here right now that are going to stream this or video upload it, shoot me a message so I can link to your page, because I just actually gave one of my real world viewpoints on interventionalism. No one has ever asked me about this before, and so this is a cleaner 409 first.
Right
Yeah,
on. I will
right.
make sure and give it a clip, and I will send you the link to that clip, my friend. What were you going to
Awesome,
say? Somebody?
awesome.
Yeah, Grufus.
Panda can go, or Energy can go first.
Energy, what you got?
So Gorps, I actually had a question for Gorps. It's a little tangential, but it's kind of related to the topic. It's sort of a meta point, which is, you mentioned this idea that it's not a theoretical or philosophical debate, and in general, I think you have a very anti-theoretical and anti-philosophical approach to understanding issues, which I think is really unproductive, right? So, for example, let's take the concept of theoretical physics, right? Theoretical physics is one of the most empirically verified subject
So
matters
this is
we have.
exactly why I said you were irredeemable earlier.
Get him, Energy. Get him.
I don't know if you understand how bad an
cooking right
argument
now.
that is. I really
Call
don't know
it-
if you understand how bad an argument that is, right?
They don't.
Like
They
science
don't.
right now is determining that time itself isn't even a constant anymore. So
Amen.
let's stop saying that science knows everything about science and what's going on in the world, right? We're just trying to do the
Theoretical
best we
physics,
can.
General relativity
We're
and
trying to
quantum
do the
physics
best
are
we
both
can.
very, very verified
I will
theories.
actually respond to your statement.
Go ahead, Gorps. Go ahead.
In a certain way. I think that it is useless to talk about things in a philosophical manner when we're talking about things that are actively happening in real life. We're not talking about a possibly maybe this thing will happen. We are talking about things that are happening right now. We are seeing the consequences of them right now. talking about it philosophically is a waste of time. And
Okay,
it
so
obfuscates from the reality of what's happening.
Is the theory of general relativity empirically confirmed? Is the theory of
I don't
quantum
give a
physics
fuck.
confirmed?
I give a
There's
fuck
no such
about
thing as
what's
a theory
happening
that's
right now.
empirically
Okay,
confirmed.
ladies, stop being stupid. Corp, you need philosophy in order to determine like whatever you want your like worldview to be. All right. If you have a philosophy of like natural rights or liberty, that means that you're building off of philosophy. And Emart, stop being a jackass. All right, and bringing in just random like nonsense know-how. That's like unrelated. Use the philosophy that is relevant, which you started to do, but like then you stopped. So just keep it to what's relevant, please.
The reason I
any actual scientist will tell you. Any actual scientist will tell you you don't have theories that are proven correct. You have theories that are proven less wrong than any others,
or haven't been disproven
yet.
Yeah.
But you don't have any that are correct. If you have someone telling you that as a scientist, they're telling you something is correct, fucking ignore them and walk away.
And on that note, hang on, everybody, hold on, because Ancom just walked into the room, who is our resident science communicator, and I'm sure that he is ready to fucking go off. But before you do, Ancom, I want to hear your answer to the question I was asking everybody. Then you can go ahead and say what you came in to say. What do you think are acceptable and unacceptable motivations for American interventionism?
None, I'm
See, this is a difficult and complicated question because there are so many different kinds of intervention that we could potentially engage in.
Yep. So give me the ones that you agree with and you don't agree with.
Yeah. Generally speaking, I tend to favor oh god, I'm losing the word. I tend to favor self-governance. So, if a society wishes to govern itself without intervention, then we should leave it the fuck alone. Unless, of course, it by itself goes against those principles by trying to intervene or interfere with us. In which case, I think defending from such interference is justified. If a society wishes for our assistance in, say, providing medical or humanitarian aid, vaccines, food, etc., then I am fine with interfering to that extent and no more. So basically, if they say we can, or they want us to come and help them in a specific way, I am generally okay with that. But you get to the complications of who is they within a society, because we see so many cases where the government and the people are not aligned on these things. So it gets very complicated very quickly, and it's not something I can easily generalize.
Okay, looks like Tyler wants to push back on that. Hang on, let Tyler push back on it real quick, and then you can go.
No, since I answered the question first, I answered it differently than everybody else. I kind of wanted to re-answer in the way that everyone else did. Generally, I think since the United States is, unlike almost any other nation in the world, is a nation of ideals and not a blood and soil nation, no matter how much nativists want it to be, I think that we have a superior moral code because we got to make it with post-Enlightenment values in mind, and that not only should be exported, but also is morally superior than most of the far-right blood and soil nations we have around the world upholding their traditions. We are superior. We should spread democracy, and very, very, very rarely is the United States' actions not defensible. And I don't think there's been a good example
Tyler,
of that today.
you're a good comedian. You're a
I
good
support
comedian,
intervention to
We
take
should
care of
stay in Afghanistan.
If anyone wants to in a foreign country intervene, you can have Tyler. All right, like that's fine.
We should have stayed in Afghanistan.
We're not supporting American citizens. Period.
Okay, I have a question. I think that will like, mix this up, Horsey, before I leave.
Yeah, go ahead, Kay. What's up?
All right, like I think to mix it up is all right. What about if you have a neighbor that is posing a threat to your nation, either because of their instability or because of their projection of power? I will give 2 examples: the drug cartel in Mexico and America pushing into Greenland and Canada. Have fun with that one, ladies. I will listen.
Okay, you know what? No, that's.
Focus on Groovus too.
I just want to pick up on something Anarchy said, which is NRK was saying that I was being a jackass and bringing up something unrelated. The reason that I say it's related is because if we say we're getting rid of theories, we have to get rid of theoretical physics, which is the basis of modern technology. So theories are important. That's the
I
relation.
don't believe anybody said we needed to get rid of theories. I'm sorry. I think that might have been a misunderstanding there.
Theories can.
about philosophy.
Theories
I think it's a waste of time to
hold
talk
on,
about.
hold
I'm
on,
not saying
hold on.
Yeah, philosophical theories.
Hold on.
Gotcha. Go ahead, Cleaner. Go ahead.
Theories can be important. Theories can also be minuscule. So don't just assume just because something's a theory that it is important or that it is discountable in either spectrum. I think is a fair thing to say here. Gorps was kind of taking it to the extreme. That's all. He was just saying it's
Fair
a
enough.
theory, so it's true.
Yeah.
It's like, well, no, hold on. You know,
It looked like
there's
you had
threshold.
something you wanted to add there, Leafy.
Oh, I was gonna say I fully agree with Rand Paul being attacked on his lawnmower for ruining the security of his neighbor's
What?
lawn.
It's Ron Paul, not Rand Paul.
Sorry,
No, it's Rand.
Was it Ron Paul that got
Rand
attacked?
got- yeah,
It was
Rand
Rand
got
that got
No, wait,
attacked.
It was Rand who got attacked.
Oh,
I thought it was
And
RuPaul.
it was a
No,
dude
I'm the one
named
getting-
it was a dude named Mark Wayne who thought that it was a swell thing. So
now I'm
Mark
getting,
Wayne Gacy?
That's embarrassing that libertarians getting
Mark
calls.
Twain?
Yeah,
Mark Twain.
I thought it was RuPaul. Maybe I missed the cue here.
different Paul. Yeah, for what it's worth, I think it's the most redneck name I may have ever heard to name somebody Mark Wayne. Not Mark Wayne, Mark Wayne. I'm just like, are you
Wayne.
fucking kidding me?
To have a
Tell me you're
double
from
first
Arkansas
name-
without telling me you're from Arkansas.
Oh, dude, I met a black guy. That was his first name.
Mark Wayne?
Yeah,
Or
Mark
Arkansas?
Wayne.
Oh.
No, Mark Wayne. His first name was Mark Wayne. Yeah.
I've been a Mark Wayne
I
before.
shit you not. I shit you
Mark
not.
Wayne.
It was like MARQUA.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Mark
it was
Wayne.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
different
but
than Mark
that was the
Wayne.
name though. It's still it's the same thing.
sure,
It's like the old
sure.
joke. You know, Mike Hunt.
Sure.
You know,
Yeah.
like Mike Hunt,
Yeah.
right? You know, like I mean, it's the same thing. It's wordplay. It's funny.
Yeah, but that said, I did really get a kick out of his what do you call it, the congressional hearing where and that's why I brought it up was the whole Rand Paul and him going back and forth over that, and the fact that Mark Wayne wanted to throw hands with somebody on the floor of the Senate and thought that was a perfectly reasonable thing to do, which
Based?
no, not based. Not based at all. Not based at all.
I say mutual dueling.
That is
Look.
not how a civilized society fucking functions, period.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no.
we're not civilized.
Return
We're
dueling.
fucking America, dude.
That's not based. That's not based at all, man. That's bullshit. That's fucking fake. That's not based. Based would
I
be
gotta say,
you have a disagreement with
saying
somebody,
we're not
and if it's
civilized, we're fucking America, it could not be truer.
Fair. Well,
Like,
finish what you were saying there,
thank
Cleaner. Hang on, Cleaner was in the middle of something. What were you saying?
you have your disagreements with people, but that doesn't mean that things have to get physical at any point in time. Like there's no
Exactly.
fucking. I can tell you from experience, like there is definitely a reason for things to get physical.
Sure,
but
of
that
course.
reason is like
We don't escalate it over words.
99.999% of all other reasons would be applicable there, right? So you could stay away from violence almost all the fucking time if you really wanted to, and
Now-
just have the conversation in the appropriate place.
That
There's
actually
a
brings
boxing
up,
ring for the other shit, right?
yeah, that actually brings up a prompt that I plan on putting into like early into next month, which is, and I'm still trying to find the exact wording of the prompt, but I've heard so many people refer to the camaraderie or friendship even between what's his name, the guy in Congress and the guy in Senate. I'm sorry, the
Massey and
Bushmills is
Rand?
catching me. No, the two who like go biking together or whatever. the Speaker for the House, or the former
Oh shit! I saw a meme on that.
McConnell, and the other dude.
Johnson?
No, previous. McConnell and
McConnell and a Republican.
Who is it that
Hakeem
McConnell
Jeffries?
goes like? No, fuck off.
Chuck
The two
Schumer?
old white dudes. Schumer, thank you.
Paul Ryan?
Schumer and McConnell.
Oh, Schumer.
Schumer and McConnell going to like lunch together and shit, like being like actual buddies. And a lot of people shit on that, but to me, that feels like exactly what we would want, right? So again, I'm looking to find the right prompt to encapsulate the question of, does cross-party companionship or camaraderie, does cross-party collaboration benefit society, or is it detrimental? Like, I don't know exactly the right wording for the prompt, so if anybody has any suggestions, hit me with it in the DM.
I think it's meaningless. Like, how much has Chuck Schumer and Trump being friends done anything for them?
I think it's value neutral. I
think it's positive.
I don't think that necessarily.
I mean, it depends on the
I think
people.
it's positive. Depends on the
it
people.
depends on the people. Yeah, because
and how they use that camaraderie.
Well, yeah, definitely. I mean, we've seen there are very few politicians that believe in what they are fucking doing, and they are trying to do the right thing, right? And then there's a spectrum of everything else.
Sure.
And that's the problem that we have, is that spectrum of everything else. That's where our problem is really within our society. It's how much of that spectrum either side has more control over.
I just feel like collaboration and collusion is a net benefit. So,
well, and that's why I say it depends on who's there.
Yeah.
Well, I think also just like strategically, I think that the people that we elect into office should be doing their best to, get past what they promised, and being homies with somebody on the other side can get you an amendment in a bill or something that otherwise might not have approved. So it's just
they coerce each other. They coerce each other in all kinds of ways. You're right.
For sure.
Some of it being money, some of it being friendship.
Vigi, what were you going to say, sir?
The prompt would be fuck, I lost the word. God fucking damn it. Hold on.
Like I said, DM me. Just hit me in the DM so you don't forget it.
Did you see my prompt to you for next Saturday?
I sure did, sir. And I'm not sure how I feel about it. I got to double check that that's within TOS. But if it is,
we can make it within TOS. Yeah, it's a good one.
All right. So that's actually you're my first official challenger for next week.
So I'm gonna make him the affirmative on legal age of consent is slavery.
Is this going to be a team one? Is this going to be a team one?
No, I am putting myself in front of a firing squad next week, Cleaner. There have been people who have commented about the fact that they would like to challenge me to a debate. I'm going to have Kay come back and be my moderator. I'm going to have my two primary judges, which is Let's Chief and Doomer, be the judges. And basically, I'm going to do short form, 1 minute opens, 5 minute opens, 1 minute closes. Anybody who wants to, you assign me the prompt, you assign me my position. So basically, I want to challenge myself is basically the idea, because this is the last Saturday of the season, which, for the record, I do want to say, since we've only got like 15 seconds left on the clock for our tonight's stream before we, I'm going to stick around just so everybody knows, but we're going to raid out into somebody else, and we're going to keep the party going, and I'm going to be a little less concerned about my own TOS. I'll be the thorn in somebody else's side here in a few minutes. But I want to say thank you, everybody. This has been fucking amazing. This is the conclusion of this season of the DMZ, and I learned a lot. I figured out a lot. There's a bunch of shit that we're gonna change for next season, but there's a lot of shit we're gonna keep sticking around. And I hope all of y'all stick around. And I hope that you guys keep bringing in more bodies for us, because the more people we have in here competing, the better we are all gonna get. But I do want to be clear. I am looking for people who are trying to get better. I'm looking for people who are interested in good faith debates. There are plenty of other places where people can do blood sports, yelling at each other, shit talking each other, all that stuff. You do that, I'm not complaining. There are places for that. I'm trying to create a space that's not for that, and I want as many people who are down for that as we can get. So with that said, Next week, I'm going to be steel manning positions, even if I don't hold them, as an attempt to demonstrate what it's like to be able to understand the opposition's perspective, even if you don't hold it. Because I really think that is a big part of what's missing in today's political conversations, is the lack of ability to be able to humanize and understand your opposition, even when you disagree with them. So with
I
that
hold
said,
the opinion that you
like
should
to
dehumanize your
apologize.
opposition.
hold on real quick.
I was just gonna say.
Like I said,
Radish
we're gonna keep
go.
talking. I promise we're gonna keep talking. Hang on one second. I just want to ask, Lethe, are you gonna keep streaming for a little while?
Yes, but I'm gonna go get some food in a minute.
That's fine. I'm just trying to decide where I'm gonna raid out to. Gorps, are you gonna keep streaming for a little while? No.
Yeah,
Vigilante, you can. Well, do you want to? Which one of y'all am I raiding?
Well,
into?
I'm gonna be here in the conversation, so might as well just think
Yeah, I know. Well, that's what I'm saying. So again, which one of y'all am I raiding into? Lethe or Gorps? I think I've done you a couple of times recently, Lethe, so I'm going to go ahead and raid out into Gorps, I think, if that's cool with you, sir.
We have to show that, support can create a reformation of bad ideals.
Cross
if
partisan
you don't
support.
raid me,
That's
you're
it.
transphobic.
Hey.
That's it.
That's it. There you go.
Hey,
yeah, go ahead.
I would like to apologize. Oh,
Oh no,
No,
yeah,
I
hang on.
forgot.
Go ahead.
I forgot
Go
what I
ahead.
was
What were you
gonna
going to say? Grufus, you first.
I forgot what I was gonna say.
All right, cool.
I was gonna say I will apologize. I do know that I brought a little bit of my blood sports stuff in tonight.
Nothing
So-
over the top, nothing egregious, nothing that made me pause, nothing that made me.
It didn't save
squirm,
you.
It didn't help. All right,
I think I
cheers,
should have
everybody.
brought more blood.
Thank you all. Again, we're going to keep going. We're just going to stick over there at Gorps's. So shout out Gorps. Everybody follow over there. Gorps Inc. You should already have seen it in the chat. Say something in the chat for them real quick, Gorps, so they know where to click and they know where to follow. And I guess actually they're going to see you no matter what because we're rating. Huzzah.
I want to know, Gorps, how did it feel to have energy take your lunch money?
I decided to be the bigger person and not say the things that I wanted to say, and I'm still doing that. So I'm going to, except for that answer.
Well, I actually did have another question for Gorps, if that's okay, which is, you said that you don't want to get rid of theories, but when I brought up theoretical physics in your chat before, you've dismissed me.
Yeah, because what I've said is that it's not like that I want to get rid of theories. I just find it useless to talk about in this setting, so I don't give a fuck.
But theoretical physics is the basis of modern
Personal
technology.
preference, energy.
Energy. Is anyone here, yourself included, a theoretical physicist?
I am.
No, but I would say I'm relatively well read in
Why the
theoretical
fuck
physics.
are you wanting to talk about theoretical physics? My point is, if you are not an expert in the
I actually am.
question, then
I actually am a
about
theoretical physicist.
Yeah, me too.
But here's the thing, I am relatively well read in it as a weight.
So.
No, I actually am. I have three.
I'm not a theoretical
one of them is
physicist,
in
but
theoret- yeah.
I've been listening to MIT OpenCoursera.
Cleaner,
Okay.
I was not aware of your credentials going into that question.
But it is good to know, and I will bear it in mind.
You know what's funny? The credentials didn't teach me near as much as me going out and reading on my own did.
Reading a book.
Yeah,
I love
no
it. I
shit.
love the Goodwill Hunting. The best Goodwill Hunting quote, the best quote in any movie, is you're gonna figure out you spend $150,000 on an education you could have got for $1.50 in late fees at your local fucking library. I love that. I love
and that's
that.
exactly what I was going to say to Amcom, is that I've been listening to MIT OpenCoursera. I've been reading part of Werner Heisenberg's book, Physics and Philosophy. I've been taking online exams. I've been reading articles and stuff and excerpts from other books as well, along with Heisenberg's book. So I even though I'm not a theoretical physicist, I am kind of self-educated in it, at least relatively to the panel.
You know, enough for conversation at a party.
Yeah, a fucking party.
Exactly, Tyler.
The theory is not something that can help us in the moment. It can inform things that we can discover, and it can inform our understanding of those things. But when you're talking about the theories in a context like this, where you're talking about current events and things that are happening right now, oftentimes the political theories and things of that nature are not going to be nearly as useful as the facts on the ground.
Let me translate that. Hold on. Let me translate that for you. You're acting like a real fucking fedora tipper right now. Shut up about physics. We're talking about Israel.
What about the physics?
Einstein was a Zionist. Einstein was a Zionist. To be fair.
Einstein can be
That is
stupid
correct.
at times, too.
Yeah, that just proves that the smartest
ask
people in the
more
world can be
questions.
idiots.
Yes, you just did. So you can ask another one.
God damn it. Since we have at least a couple new people, can you, with your next set of questions, can you ask about Citizens United again?
Yes, absolutely. Citizens United will go back on.
That's a good one.
Oh, I know, and I desperately have been trying to do it. Groofus has been begging me to form a 3v3 about the way it was Citizens United got it right, basically. So I've put it on a couple of times. I keep not getting, like, there was a really good response for one time, and then 3 of the people that responded fucking flaked out and just disappeared. A thing that I find keeps happening, when people lose, they tend to think that they got robbed. I'm sure everybody here knows this is pretty common in the debate sphere. Everybody thinks that they, except Pearl, everybody thinks that they won the debate, right? So that said, I think that, I try my best to get the most unbiased judges, unlike some people. And so I do what I can to make it so that people can walk away from it feeling like, okay, you know what? That person did outdo me, right? That's what I'm hoping for. But there's so much
usually
ego
you do
in
that
this
well,
feed.
except tonight. Tonight we were wrong, so.
Because you were
another thing is,
you didn't win.
I'm gonna
another
be
thing with
honest.
regards,
The thing is, my past few debates, I have felt like I was robbed, specifically because of the fact that the people conceded the prompt, and then tonight I actually don't feel that way, to be completely honest with you.
Very cool.
and if I may, can I just respond to Ancom real quick, because I want to get this point across.
Hang on,
which is-
Rufus. As long as it doesn't have to do with theoretical physics. What were you going to say, Rufus? You said you did not feel like you got robbed?
No, the only time I felt like I got robbed was my debate with Gameboy. Because he basically accidentally conceded the prompt at one point.
If you lose a Game Boy, you did get robbed, yeah.
Well, Gorps was one of the judges, and the 3 of them have this weird, like I don't know, like incestual mean, like relationship where they just shit on each other reflexively, and I knew that was going to happen that particular night. So again, it was kind of the bad faith night of the DMZ.
It was K, not Gorp.
Was it? Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, if it was Gorp,
same.
that means
I'm being dragged for no reason.
libertarians are the natural enemies of libertarians.
Yes, that's exactly. I swear to Christ, I made that fucking joke. Yeah, like libertarians all hate each other. What the fuck is this?
Yes.
Well,
yeah,
the
'cause
problem is
all hate each other.
The problem is that even most of the libertarians I've talked to on a personal level, not the social media figureheads, but like the actual,
IRL
libertarians.
people. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. They agree with me. Libertarianism by itself is not self-sustainable. Democracy is not self-sustainable. It's just not. Those two concepts are not self-sustainable because there's no guarantee your outcome that you believe is for the net positive for your country right now or your people or whatever group you're in is going to be the same later. There's no way to guarantee that you're still going to be getting the same net positive later because other people can come in and change the vote, change the rules, change the laws, change. You see what I'm saying? So there's no self-sustainability to it at all.
It requires a whole cultural shift, an ideological shift in all of us.
In order for it to exist, it requires there be the other two. It has to have the other two to exist.
I think this exists for any ideology. I don't think that there's any ideology